Hello to everyone. Welcome everyone who joined, who is here in our room and who is watching us online in the stream. And of course, I welcome everyone who watches us in Crimea. It's as important as it is. We know that we have people who are watching us. So it's 26th of February when Ukraine marks the day of resistance to Crimea occupation, the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, and the Sevastopol. This tradition was launched in 2020 by the President's decree. It was on the 26th of February 2014 when we felt the air of the war in the Crimean, on the Crimean Peninsula, and one of the biggest pro-Ukrainian rallies started near the Verkhovna Rada of Crimea, and it was there where we had the pro-Russian forces that we tried to fight off by the Ukrainian forces. And this day, officially, it was the start of repressions against people who stand up against the Crimea occupation, the occupation of the Crimean Peninsula. It's also scary, but today it's the 10th anniversary of Crimea occupation. And first of all, we would like to thank the Ukrainian soldiers who are fighting and risking their lives to free Crimea. For some of them, it's their home, and I know that they are here. That's why I would like to separately thank you for that. And on top of that, on the day of resistance to the Crimean Peninsula occupation, the mission of the President in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, they organized this forum, today's forum, Crimean Forum, 26 to 14, to again remind everyone that the war started not in 2022, not on the 24th of February. It started with Crimea occupation in 2014. The war started with the occupation of Crimea, and it should end with liberation and reintegration of Crimea. That's the key message. And by the way, it will be discussed many times here today as this forum. Before we start this forum, I also would like to remind who is the organizers of this forum. First of all, of course, the mission of the President of Ukraine in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, Criman Platform, and the state company International Foreign Innovlення Ukraine. And it's also important to remind the information partners who are participants, co-participants, who are broadcasting this event, because we have a lot of partners who are supporting us. Media partners, TV channels, Дім, Крим, Реалії, Чорноморка, Херемедіа, Суспільний Крим, Голос Криму, Джемат, Кримське громадське медіа. And again, it's important to remind and thank for the support in the organization, the Partnership Fund for Resilient Ukraine, financed by the UK, Great UK, Switzerland, Sweden, Finland, US, and Canada. And now, before we start the official part of this forum, let's just think how it all began and what it started with in 2014 in Crimea.
10 years of the Russian-Ukrainian war, a decade of aggression that Europe hasn't known for more than half a century. It was in February 2014 that Russia occupied the Ukrainian Crimea and cynically destroyed the architecture of peace, neglected and defamed the principles of international law. The Kremlin didn't declare war. The Russian military invaded Ukrainian territory without chevrons and any identification marks. To resist the Russian occupation and support Ukraine's integrity, thousands of Crimean Tatars, Ukrainians and other nationalities marched peacefully at the Majlis of the Crimean Tatar People's Call. The resistance of 10,000 Ukrainian patriots was a real challenge for the invaders. The capture of the peninsula took place with incredible speed. The Ukrainian military resisted, but the forces were unequal. For 10 years, the temporarily occupied peninsula has been living in conditions of persecution, pressure and lawlessness. Russia has turned Crimea into its military base, isolated it from the whole world and colonized it. The war that began with Crimea can only end with the liberation of Crimea. To give up the peninsula is to make the threat of aggression permanent. The Russian Federation has created a military training ground and a springboard for further war in Crimea. By agreeing to the freeze of the conflict, we are transferring the war on the shoulders of our children, because Crimea is all of us. It was, is and will be Ukraine.
And now, dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start our forum, and I'm telling this to our guests, and we will start with the speech by the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. Now, I would like to address all people in Ukraine and in the world, people who know what the justice is, who value justice, and feel empty every time that justice is destroyed. Today, we remind the events that happened 10 years ago. They happened in the Ukrainian Crimea, when our peninsula was stolen from us by Russia, and together with the Russian occupation army, the Crimea was faced with humiliation, repressions, and fear. This horrible war that is ongoing against Ukraine, it was started and created by Russian imperialism when they felt that the world is ready to turn a blind eye to these crimes, to this annexation, to this torture and humiliation of people whose home is taken away. The wars are end in fair and just way when the evil that created them is extinguished. And this is why the sense of justice and the strive for peace should go hand in hand. And it means that we need to keep Crimea in mind. We need to fight for that. We need to resist to the evil that Russia brought to Crimea, and then tried to spread it across Ukraine and wants to spread it across the lands of other peoples. We need to stand up and we need to step up our efforts to fight the Russian evil at all levels across the world. We need to fight for people in Crimea and in all other occupied parts of Ukraine. We need to fight for the full restoration of the strength of the international law in Crimea and in all other lands. We have to fight for the fundamental right of the Crimean Tatar people, as any other people, right to live in their home and win in each of these items. It means extinguishing the Russian imperialism and ending this war. And I'm grateful to everyone who keeps Crimea in mind, who helps our efforts with regards to Crimea, who helps our soldiers, who is fighting in Crimea against the occupier, who does not give up their soul to the Russian evil, who help to free people who were repressed by the Russian regime, who support these people and save their belief in justice, in its strength in Ukraine. The return of all our prisoners, of all deported people from Ukraine, the return of political prisoners is our priority, and I'm grateful to all countries that are helping us with that. Since 26th of February 2014, a lot of things has changed in the world. Everyone understands what is the scale of this change, and we can end this war in our Ukrainian terms. We can get our land back from occupation and people. We can get and hold Russia accountable for what they did. But to do so, we need to fight. And let the prize for everyone fighting for Ukraine and for justice be victory. Glory to Ukraine. And what's also important, and what we need to say here, is that the resistance to the Crimea occupation, it started in 2014 and it continues until now. Everyone is proving that the military, the information media, and we have here people, it's also proves that fact. And now we are going to start, and I would like to give the floor to Tamila Tasheva, permanent representative of the President of Ukraine in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea.
Yes. Dear participants of this forum, I'm happy to greet you on this important day, on this important occasion when we are together to commemorate the day of resistance of the attempt of annexation of the Republic of Crimea and the city of Sebastopol. And this day marks the resistance and resilience not only of the Crimean people, but of the whole people of Ukraine as a fight for independence. And today we are recalling the events that have been happening in Ukraine over the last 10 years, and we will commemorate every single person who continues their fight for the justice and independence. Let me first express my gratitude to the armed forces of Ukraine who have been leading this flagrant fight for our victory so that we can remain a state, so that we can gather here, so that we have the right to live on our land. And I'm happy that some of you, dear military men and women, to be present here. No, not everyone is ready now to identify themselves with their real names, not to harm their relatives that continue living under the occupation. So I'd like to turn to you by your call signs in person, to Igor Malenko, to Kisil, to Tatarin, to other combatants that are present here, but that asked me not to identify themselves in public. I also am thankful to our foreign partners, DIM and Krim Reali, who have been broadcasting to the occupied territories, Chernomorka, Krim Media, Radio Kuresh, First Crimean Tatar channel, Operativno, Suspilne Krim, Jemat, and Krimska Hromadska Media. I'm grateful to our always supporting donors who have been supportive with everything that we needed to make our projects true. And in the first place, to the Partnership Fund for Resilient Ukraine, funded by the governments of UK, Canada, the Netherlands, the US, Finland, Switzerland, and Swiss, who have provided enormous support for this forum to become a reality. We wouldn't be able to make it a reality without your support. And I'm truly helpful to our political leaders, Ruslan Stefanchuk, Chairman of Verkhovna Rada, Irina Vereshchuk, and our members of the parliament, everyone who is present and who have found time to be present today. To Peter, I'm grateful to Peter Dickinson, James Brown, Rory Finnan, who are going to share their experiences and the analysis of the situation. And to Rifat Chubarov, head of the Majlis, and to Most Blessed Metropolitan Epiphanius of Kiev and all Ukraine, to Uma Sheikhamurata Suleiman, and to the Most Blessed Metropolitan of the Crimea. I'm grateful to all the participants of the forum, and your ideas, your thoughts are valuable to us, and they help us assess the current context and the way forward. This forum has become part of our activities to mark the resistance to occupation and to commemorate those who have fallen to this war, but also to unite everyone who is fighting for the free Crimea. Every single person present here, you're all important to restore our statehood and support our freedom. And your resilience and your support for our good common cause, and also to those who are not present here but whose voices are as important, our compatriots who are living in the occupied Crimea. We remember you. We're doing everything so that your voices are heard. Together we are stronger. Together we will stand up to our freedom and independence. Let this forum be the start of a new victories on our road. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you very much. And the floor is Ruslan Stefanchuk, Chairman of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. So, dear first Deputy Head of Verkhovna Rada, dear Ms. Vereshchuk, dear representatives of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, dear head of the Majlis of Crimea, dear participants. In the first place, I'd like to reiterate that on the 26th of February, we commemorate all those who are fighting against the Russian occupation of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. The war started 10 years ago in the Ukrainian Crimea, where the Russian forces unlawfully stepped on our land. And, you know, our compatriots stepped on the main square to say no to the occupation. That's how resistance started. Back then, we didn't know what Russia could do to follow its ambitious imperialistic ambitions, but now we know that the Russians are ready for everything. And because of the occupation, the Crimea has turned into the territory of no law. Unlawful detentions, imprisonments, people have gone missing, restrictions to civil liberties, and a number of opportunities that a normal person would have. All the independent media were squeezed out of the peninsula. And of course, the main objective of the occupiers were just to restrict any civic movements, any activists, any citizens who were against the occupation forces. And so that caused the mass exodus of Ukrainian citizens from the territory of Ukraine. But of course, the Crimean community, they massively protested against the occupation. And the whole But it is now the reality to the Crimean Tatar community that they have been facing for 10 years. But the resistance have been ongoing for all those 10 years. And when the regime has all the signs of a totalitarian regime, throwing people in prisons, but there are still many of those who resist the occupation and want to approximate the freedom. And this is a part of our joint input to freedom and liberation. Let's be honest, the answer of the international community to the occupation of the Crimea was not enough to prevent further, more aggressive steps, and that occupation became a platform for further, even more hideous aggression. And more countries of the world start realizing that Ukraine is the not end point, the same as the occupation of Crimea was not enough. And our task today is just to tell the simple truth and to expand the coalition of our allies to work together supporting the brave Ukrainians who are fighting for the freedom, supporting the Criman Platform, who is another tool who helped us systematize the work across different platforms. And we have been supporting this through different tools. As I said yesterday, the next international summit of the Crimea Platform take place in Latvia. And about 30% of the ships of the Black Fleet are now functioning, and we managed to deblock the export of cereals. And now drones get to their targets on the Crimean Peninsula even more frequently. And with the demilitarization of Crimea, it will continue until all the occupier forces are fully demolished. Today, I want to turn to all the Ukrainians. Let's keep united. Let's resist. And we will restore our territory, and we will support a sustainable peace in Ukraine and in the whole world. Glory to Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would like to give the floor to the Irina Vereshchuk, Minister for Integration of the Temporarily Occupied Territories, Deputy Prime Minister. Your Excellencies, dear Mr. Rifat, dear colleagues, dear Martin, I am grateful that we are here today. I know what we do, for what we are doing that, and for whom we are doing that. 10 years ago, Russia shamefully invaded, without any insignia, Ukrainian Crimea. Despite December 1991, when Russia was one of the first to recognize Ukrainian independence referendum, Ukrainian sovereignty, and the independence of Ukrainian state. Despite 1997, when Russia ratified all-inclusive, comprehensive friendship treaty between Russia and Ukraine. Despite 2003, when Russia recognized Ukrainian borders and demarked the Ukrainian-Russian border. Despite all the agreements signed and ratified, despite all the assurances that Ukrainian borders will not be violated, that the humanitarian law will be maintained and supported, and all the conventions, despite the common sense. I'm not talking about morale. It was never there, and it's not there now. Russia felt impunity. They felt weakness, as they thought and still thinking, of the Western world. That's why Russia dared to enter the Ukrainian Crimea and annex it. And then there was 24th of February 2022. Russia, feeling this impunity, they continued their aggression by attacking the entire Ukraine, Kyiv, Lviv, Dnipro, and all other cities and villages of our country. We know what occupation is as a state, as a nation, as a political nation. We've been aware of that for hundreds of years. But we have examples when the non-recognition by the world of the occupation. Just an example of Baltic countries, the non-recognition resulted in the desired results, in the dissolution of the Soviet Union and the independence of the countries that it was composed of, including Baltic countries, including Ukraine, and some of these countries are already in the European Union, in the NATO. What are the lessons that we can learn from that? It is that we need to fight and continue fighting, believe in what we do, believe as our president does, believe as the people here do, believe as the Great Britain does by helping us in the sea. Martin, in you, I would like to thank our allies from the Great Britain. Our victory in the Crimea will be your victory. Crimea is never and will never be Russian. Crimea will not be a military threat to the world. Crimea will not target the nuclear weapons at the democratic, independent European countries. Russia will not prevail in the Black and Azov Sea. And we are already proving that to them. Our children, they are our force of persuasion, helps us to prove it to Russia that it will not go their way. Not everyone weak is in the world. Not everyone doesn't have a voice. We have dignity. We proved that we can stand up to this evil and fight. And together with you, this victory will be stable. It will be our victory. It will be joint victory. I'm very grateful to all my colleagues, especially the military, who are here for your heroic deeds, for what you are doing and what you will do. It will be very hard. Today, it seems like it's impossible, but I know that it's not true. And Ukrainians know that it's not true. Crimean Tatars know that it's not true. They've been through deportation. It's not the first time. But they returned and restored their territories, their cities and towns, their geographic names, their history and culture. And I'm very grateful for that to everyone. Crimea is and will be Ukraine. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you. And now I would like to give the floor, as Irina mentioned, our next speaker, Martin Harris, extraordinary and plenipotentiary ambassador of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland to Ukraine. The floor is yours. Thank you. It's a great honor for me to be here with you. And as the Vice Prime Minister said, the question of Crimea liberation is an international issue. And I will continue my speech in international diplomatic language.
Madam Tasheva, distinguished guests, members of the Ukrainian Armed Forces, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to be with you today at this Crimean Forum on the day of the resistance to the occupation of Crimea. Today we commemorate 10 years of Ukraine's resistance to Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea. 10 years ago, 15,000 Ukrainians defied the Russian invasion by protesting outside the Crimean Parliament, and even after being attacked by Russian troops, after being imprisoned or exiled, their resistance has continued ever since. And even despite the ongoing threat of persecutions and danger to life, Ukrainians in Crimea still observe their traditions, sing Ukrainian songs, wear Ukrainian symbols, and express their opposition to the Russian occupiers. We remember and we continue to be inspired by their bravery, their will to be free, and their dedication to Ukrainian Crimea. Since 2014, civilians in Crimea have borne the brunt of Russia's aggression, enduring a brutal and systematic campaign of human rights abuses and violations at the hands of the Russian authorities, designed to instill fear, to break their resolve, to erode Ukrainian culture and identity. But we know that Ukrainians will never give up, and we know that one day Crimea will be liberated. The UK's support to Crimea is unwavering. Throughout this decade, we've worked with human rights defenders to document and to call out those abuses at international fora. We've campaigned to release Crimean political prisoners from Russian detention, and we will continue to do so until all of them are free. We've worked with the Ukrainian government and our international partners to impose sanctions on Russia and bring the perpetrators to account. And we continue to support Ukraine's armed forces to restore Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity throughout its internationally recognized borders. Today, we are proud to be the initiators and one of the contributors to the Partnership for a Resilient Ukraine, along with our colleagues from the Netherlands, from Finland, from Sweden, the United States, Canada, and Switzerland. And it's a program, a fund, which is currently supporting the mission of the President of Ukraine in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea in the development and implementation of its strategy for Crimea's liberation. I look forward to that day. For me personally, Crimea is a very special place. When I was a young diplomat on my first posting here to Ukraine, when I was a younger diplomat on my first posting to Ukraine, I made many visits to Crimea. I enjoyed the rich cultural heritage of Bakhchisarai. I marveled at the religious history of Khersones. I rather enjoyed the sea at Batiliman. I know that Crimea is a very special place. It's a very special part of Ukraine. And I hope that this Crimean Forum will serve as a reminder to all those people living in Crimea that the world remains focused on your plight, that we continue to support Ukraine in its efforts to liberate Crimea. Thank you again for inviting me to address this important event. Crimea is Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
I would underline an important thing here. These addresses, these speeches are really important. International partners support us financially in terms of weapons, but also politically, which is important for the liberation and reintegration of Crimea. Now, Rifat Chubarov, chairman of the Crimean Tatar people. Dear Your Beatitude, first Deputy Chairman of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, the representative of the President in Crimea, Prime Minister of the government of Ukraine, dear honorable participants of this forum. The occupation of Crimea in 2014, it was planned by Russia as a start to take control over entire Ukraine. They've been preparing for years to invade Crimea. They started with the information space, they infiltrated the Russian agents in the government, and they demonized the Crimean Tatar people. In February 2014, Kremlin was sure that at his first order, a powerful network of Russian agents in the government and that supported by the fifth column, they will all ensure the picture of the Crimean Verkhovna Rada supporting the separation of Crimea from Ukraine. 26th of February in 2014, around 20,000 participants of the peaceful protest in support of the territorial integrity of Ukraine organized by the Crimean Tatar Majlis. They were brave enough to thwart the plans of the Kremlin and showed to the world that Crimea is an integral part of Ukraine and the homeland to the Crimean Tatar people. Unfortunately, the civil society of Crimea, who on the 26th of February 2014 gave this response to the Russian agents, have not received any support from the law enforcement agencies to support them. Their mission to act was the result of the political fight among their top officials, and as a result, Russia on the 26th, in the night of overnight, on the 26th of February and on the 27th of February, started to capture the strategic facilities of Crimea and started to block the Ukrainian soldiers across the entire Crimean Peninsula. Over the 10 years of the occupation, Russia turned the Crimea into a military launchpad, where there are lots of crimes against the people of Crimea, disappearances, political persecution, restriction of liberties and freedoms, including the freedom of expression, freedom of religion, and freedom of belief. Russian occupiers are persecuting the Crimean Tatar people, the indigenous people of Crimea. Their policy is aimed at the artificial change in the demographic and ethnical makeup of the peninsula, which is a war crime. Since 2014, Russia has been using the occupied Crimea territory to wage the full-scale war against the Ukraine mainland. The Crimean Peninsula is turned into a frontline area. As a result, there are new threats for the life and health of their citizens there. Forced mobilization of the residents to the Russian army was another war crime committed by Russia at the peninsula. But 10 years of the Crimean occupation didn't break the will of the Crimean Tatar people, and most of the citizens living there of different ethnicities. They are loyal to the Ukrainian state, loyal to their land, and they continue the non-lethal resistance to the Russian occupation. In the armed forces of Ukraine, we have the people, the Crimeans, thousands of Crimeans fighting for the freedom of our land with arms in, and they create conditions for Crimea liberation. At this stage, it will be important to have legal mechanisms and conditions to define the Crimea's future with its indigenous peoples and all citizens of Ukraine living in the peninsula. The Crimean Tatar position has been defined for years, and it is crystal clear, and it is as follows. The Crimean Peninsula is an integral part of the mainland Ukraine, and the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and Sevastopol should be transformed into the national and territorial autonomy that will act in accordance with the Ukrainian constitution and will make sure that the Ukrainian territory is not violated, that the indigenous people, that Crimean Tatar people have the right to self-identification, that the freedoms, civil freedoms are the foundation for the development of the peninsula. On this day of Russia's occupation, I would like to thank all soldiers fighting in the armed forces of Ukraine who are bringing closer the Crimea's liberation. I would like to express my gratitude and respect to the Crimean Tatar people, ethnical Ukrainians, people living in the temporarily occupied Crimea, all political prisoners, everyone who remains loyal to the Crimean state. The Crimean Tatar Majlis will continue to take all possible actions to support the liberation of Crimea as fast as possible from the Russian occupiers. Crimea is Ukraine. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you, Rifat. Now I would like to give the floor to the Metropolitan Epiphanios of Kiev and all Ukraine. The floor is yours.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, the occupation of the Ukrainian Crimea by the Russian occupiers has been taking place for 10 years, and among the crimes that the occupiers committed is also cynical of violation of the freedom of concession. And compared to Ukraine, where with law and practice, this freedom is ensured, and the state does not interfere with ensuring this tide. In the Russian Federation, there are severe restrictions to the activities of religious organizations. They have to be registered. Without the registration, such activities are impossible. And every time that such organizations register, they have to seek approval from the government. The situation is, however, even worse. In the Russian Federation, the Soviet system of control of the religious community is in place, which takes place through the impact of social services. Having attempted to annex Crimea, Russia has extrapolated this rule on Ukraine and forcing the religious organizations to register, supporting by doing that the occupier forces. Our church has declined this, and out of 50 hromadas that were active before the occupation, we were left with 10. Now there is none where the sermons are possible. However, in June 2013, the active registration in Crimea started by the occupiers' forces, and so they were directly included in the composition of the Russian Orthodox Church, but however, the current metropolitans there, they just are silent and to the Russian pressure, and so what they are doing? They were using the pro-Russian clergy in Crimea, and also the forces that were imported from Russia, imported through by special services. So all the religious leaders that were not loyal to the occupiers were squeezed out of the peninsula, and there have been hundreds of crimes where the right to the liberty of confession was registered. Also in Simferopol, in the cathedral for Saint Olga, this cathedral was unlawfully confiscated. This is one of numerous examples of crimes that were committed by the occupiers and are continued to be committed. In the occupied peninsula, Ukrainian citizens are deprived of core rights and liberties, including of the free right to confession, and the legal regulations and of our state can guarantee those liberties. Crimea is Ukraine. Glory to Ukraine.
Дякую вам дуже.
Thank you.
Ну що ж, ми від початку вступних слів будемо переходити далі.
From our introductions, we will move on, and I will remind you that our first panel is called Crimea and the Peace Formula, and I will explain why the occupation of Peninsula is not only about the territorial integrity of Ukraine. There have been a lot of messages that need to be heard. So, as Tamila Tasheva said, it's not only about occupation, and it's also about reintegration. It's about communication. Children who were the witnesses of the events, they are now 10 years old. So today, during the press conference of President Zelensky, he voiced that now the work is being done to free the political prisoners that were imprisoned in 2014. So now we will watch the video prepared by our journalists, and we will carry on.
I have just had my custody term extended for 2 months more. Everything will be great. Glory to Ukraine.
Leni Umerova, 25-year-old Crimean Tatar. She was arrested while on her way to her homeland, Crimea, where she was going to visit her sick father. Leni has been held for more than a year in one of the strictest pre-trial detention centers, Lefortovo, in Moscow. The reason for this is the Crimean registration in her Ukrainian passport, which irritated Russian security forces. Loyal to the traditions of the Soviet secret services, spycraft, their current Russian heirs have classified the case. No explanations were given either to her or her lawyer, but there is a prospect of 20 years in prison.
And everything that happened after was a kind of endless nightmare, or to say philosophically, a challenge to pass.
Leni Umerova is one of the 125 Crimean Tatars illegally detained in Crimea or Russia. There are at least 208 of such Crimean prisoners. This is the data as of February 2024 provided by the mission of the President of Ukraine in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea. Crimean Tatars, the indigenous people of Ukraine alongside with Ukrainians, have been the main target of Russian security forces since the first days of the occupation of the peninsula.
Praise our Creator greatly and make Him be pleased with you.
Letters are perhaps the only way to hear from the loved ones who were illegally detained, arrested, convicted, and taken from their native Crimea. Wives and mothers of illegally imprisoned Crimean Tatars write them together. This evening of letters was held in the temporarily occupied Bakhchisarai. Mumin's husband, a blogger and activist of the Crimean Solitary Movement, Seyran Saliyev, was illegally arrested in October 2017. Seyran Saliyev was illegally arrested in October 2017. Seyran, identified as terrorist and groundlessly given lengthy prison sentences. In 2022, a military court in Rostov-on-Don, Russia, sentenced Seyran Saliyev to 16 years in prison.
Such a heartwarming feeling that they call me Crimea in the colony. This is a connection with Crimea.
They knocked on the door and said they were the police. They gave some time to get dressed and came in. Nothing was explained to us.
In such a way, the illegal search in the house of Imam Ismail Yordamov took its place. Without explanation, they turned the whole house upside down and took the father away.
At 6 o'clock in the morning, the so-called guests came to me with machine guns and all the attributes typical of them, with such accusations that I even don't know if they realized what they were saying. In the end, I was accused only with one article: illegal missionary activity.
Espionage, illegal activities, participation in organizations banned in Russia, the so-called discrediting of the Russian army, the so-called Russian judicial system makes up for far-fetched changes and discriminatory, politically motivated articles on all Crimean political prisoners. In 10 years, human rights defenders have recorded more than 5,000 cases of human rights violations, most of which are against the Crimean Tatars. Political repressions is the only reason why those whose ancestors were forcibly taken from Crimea 80 years ago and who returned to Crimea despite arrests, persecution, and even a threat to life, leave their homes. Now their house is illegally occupied and they cannot return to Crimea, but they are waiting to return to their liberated home. Those who remain in Crimea despite the danger are waiting and believing.
Everything will be great. Glory to Ukraine.
Everything will be good.
Які слова вони надихають.
So such words, they inspire. And
посилаючись на президента України, його вчорашні слова.
So the president of Ukraine said yesterday, no matter how cynical it sounds, that the Russian Federation uses political prisoners, including Crimean Tatars, to fabricate sentences. We will start. So our first panel, Crimea and the peace formula. Why the peninsula's liberation is not about Ukraine's territorial integrity, moderated by Ksenia Smirnova, Ukrainian journalist. Thank you. Can you hear me well?
Ще раз вітаю шановних гостей та
організаторів
нашого форуму.
I'm happy to greet the dear guests and organizers of this forum. And as my colleague here said, we're opening this panel with an important topic because it has a lot of important aspects to it. And I'd like to stress what the importance is. The peace formula has 10 points to it, and the implementation of those points, as we understand, is impossible without the full deoccupation and reintegration of Crimea. And we realize that this is one of the important points to guarantee that the equatorium of the Black Sea is safe and free of the occupiers. Also, with the support of our Western allies and the alliance, Ukraine has managed to achieve a number of successes that we will pinpoint today, and also the partial shift of the Russian Black Sea fleet from our shores. These are the successes. Also, and the successes of our armed forces have been duly praised by a lot of experts, including international experts. So it's important to understand that the return of Crimea is not only the matter of integrity of Ukraine, but also it's vital to a number of important issues. So we would like to hear maybe in the future that the ships with the grains can freely travel through the waters of the Black Sea. And I'd like to introduce our speakers. Alexander Korniyenko, First Deputy Chairman of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, Dmytro Klemenkov, Deputy Minister of Defense, Peter Dickinson, Ukraine Alert blog, editor at the Atlantic Council, publisher of the Business Ukraine magazine, James Brown, Professor of Political Science and Academic Coordinator of International Affairs Major, Temple University, Japan, who will be joining us online quite soon. And unfortunately, Andriy Yermak, head of the Office of the President of Ukraine, will not be here in person, but we will be able to hear from him online.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, it is an honor and pleasure for me to speak here. This event is not only symbolic, it's not only memorable, it's not only about the past. This tragic anniversary is part of our mourning, but at the same time, it's the time of hope and belief, time to act for the future, and we know that Ukraine will resist and will withstand, and Crimea will be free. It's inevitable. Force will never replace freedom, and stolen will not be yours. It's telling that the first prize, the first award that Russia introduced to honor their criminals is the award for the return of Crimea. Russian propaganda is switching black and white all the time. And despite the international law, they called this occupation as the return. In their insane fantasies, they go against their own logic. If it's about the old ancient gift, are you taking your gifts away? When one lie contradicts the other, they don't create truth. Tell about this return to the people who owned Crimea for all the time. Tell it to the daughters and sons of the Crimean Tatar people who refused to accept this. Tell it to Nariman Jelian, to Irman Bakirov, Muslim Aliyev, all the people who are in Russian prisons, because they know the truth. They know the truth and were not afraid to speak it up. Tell about it to Isi Akayev and hundreds of his comrades who know the truth and are fighting for that with their lives. And on the Russian the 26th of February is the day when the Russian occupiers started to send troops to Crimea, and unfortunately, the Ukrainian government didn't stand up to the aggressor. They wasted time. They were looking at the beautiful peninsula being taken over by the occupiers, but the patriots do not accept this. On the 26th of February 2014, they took out to the street to protest. This rally in Akhmedjit showed what the residents of Crimea want. What is the future that they want for them and for their children? The aggressor did all they could to silence them, and the world was silent as well. And we know what happened next. The war that affected the whole world started with Crimea, and the way to end it is through Crimea. Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine, was first to say about it loud and clear. And he initiated a comprehensive reform to address this problem in domestic policy and in the external policy. Crimean Platform has become a powerful tool to promote the Crimean issue across the globe. The steps that were taken are creating the legal framework to protect the Crimean people. The Reintegration Council and many other initiatives. Crimean topic is part of the international agenda, and Jamala's victory at Eurobacha, it was a cultural triumph, and its gradual demilitarization by the armed forces of Ukraine will lead to the triumph of the peace formula. In order to ensure food stability across the globe, we need to restore conditions for free shipping in the Black and Azov Sea. This is the foundation. I can only tell that the Black Sea fleet, we need to turn it into sea reefs. It will be part of our support for the environment. Russia will continue to its aggression. The only role for Russians that Crimea played was the launch pad, a fortress to continue their invasion. And until Crimea is occupied, Ukraine cannot be safe, as well as other regions. Unfortunately, people who believe that it's possible to trade territories, they don't understand that. The occupied Crimea will always be a launchpad for the new aggressions and the place for new victims. But that's not it. Everything that Russia captures turns it a land of full lawfulness. The Crimea was faced deportations, persecutions of indigenous people. They were forced to abandon their identity, and that's our reality. That's why we insist that the full sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine should be restored. That's why any compromises with the aggressor will end in tears, blood, and numerous deaths. Peace formula is the only way to avoid it. And together with our international partners, we are doing our best to make sure that the peace formula is implemented. And to conclude, the next Russian government may introduce a new award for the return of Crimea, which will mean the return of Crimea to Ukraine. But we know that these gestures of goodwill will be the result of our efforts, and we cannot let Russians allow to forget about that. Then the words "never again" will be a statement of fact, not a plea. Thank you for your attention. Glory to Ukraine. So, I would like to add that we will be able to discuss the possibility of liberating both the land and the sea, and I would like to greet Alina Frolova, another speaker. Sorry for this belated greeting, the Deputy Chair of the Board, Center for Defense Strategies. And now I would suggest that we start our discussion. And first of all, I would like to say about timing. You have 5 minutes for us to be able to have time for important questions. At least one question per each speaker. If you will go beyond, sorry, but I will have to remind you about that. Thank you. And now let's start with an important point. We know that there is this powerful weapon. One of the weapons, it's diplomacy, and this diplomacy have to work at all levels. And one of the levels is the direct communications with the parliaments of the world that support Ukraine. And that's why we'd like to give the first floor to Alexander Kornienko, First Deputy Chairman of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. The floor is yours. Can you hear me? Yes. Dear guests, Your Excellencies, your Beatitudes, our defenders. What I would like to start with is that, unfortunately, for many parliaments and many politicians, our counterparts, our partners across the globe, unfortunately, many of them realized that Crimea is annexed, is occupied only after the 24th of February, because it was a convenient topic to ignore, to not talk about that and make it look like it happened somehow. There was some mess in Ukraine, some Maidan, some revolution in Ukraine, and then everyone woke up, and on the 1st of March, the Crimea is annexed. They didn't know a lot about the events that were happening in the spring 2014. Nobody looked in depth into the reasons. Few people know about Tuzla. For example, this phrase, Tuzla, although we know that this story, I think, comes from 2002, if I'm not mistaken. Nobody knows Mishkov, this name of Mishkov. Probably everyone here remembers very well him. All these things that were happening in 1992, 1993. Few people understand the reasons why in the Ukrainian constitution we have the Autonomous Republic of Crimea. We explained that. We are explaining that. And given that the aggressor and their Führer are reaching out to the long-gone pages of history, we have to also go back and look how it happened. Clearly, we have a way, it's our journey, and our key Western international partners are supporting us, and this turnout of people that was mentioned by the chairman of the Verkhovna Rada, it's a testimony to that. We have over 80 countries in the summit. We have high-level representation in the parliamentarian summit. I think there were around over 40 top representatives. When it comes to the non-Western world, we have to work more with them. It will help overall, and it will help to promote the Ukrainian peace formula and the weapon support, what they call Global South, not really correctly, probably, but they are still under the economic and humanitarian, economic policy and humanitarian narratives transmitted by the occupiers. That's why we are working in the Asian countries, in African countries, Latin American countries. We are explaining that the violent occupation of territory, it is not accepted in the world. They can't be tolerant to Russia. But given that this is a sovereign part of Ukraine, I hope that everyone understands that. That's why every country defines their attitude to that. When it comes to the General Assembly of the United Nations, the same, we have the support of this resolution, and we see that we have the same range of supporters. On some issues, we have even more supporters, and we have new supporters of this resolution who are ready to support us. It's a difficult situation. We are working. We have many challenges, but we will continue to promote this, to get this message across. And I don't think we have the next 10 years, because 20 years, it's a generation. And we don't want to have a Crimean generation, Ukrainian generation, thinking of themselves and seeing Ukraine being unable to access this peninsula. I think the last 2 years' events showed that our strategy is right. Only diplomacy for 8 years, it didn't work. That's why we need to add what our colleagues mentioned, more forceful, more decisive, targeted diplomacy, or children diplomacy, as was mentioned here. So we will combine all these approaches to achieve our goals. You focused on your communication, as we call them, Global South, African countries among them. Then I would like to change the focus. I understand that all parliaments of the governments, they are not homogeneous. There are different representatives of different opinions, and I would like to understand how you can find a common language with people who are still on the fence, who are still wavering over the last 3 years to take a common decision. What are the messages that you are sending to them? When we have communications with when I was talking to the European Parliament members, I was told that the most efficient way is to bring them here and show, especially during air raid alarm, show what is going on here, what Ukrainians feel every day. Do you have convincing messages that you built over the last 2 years? Well, it's a process. It's about creativity, and our representative office mission is working very efficiently. They are engaging EU Parliament members to have these semi-informal talks. Of course, it's personal stories. Believe me, we have hundreds of political prisoners, over 100. But Nariman Zhelanov's story is very telling. This person came to the Criman Platform inauguration summit and he didn't get back to his home. And we remember all those presidents. Imagine the situation if they were stopped at the border and were unable to get home. It is impossible in a democratic world. But, you know, it's easier and more difficult to work with the democracies because we know the tools. It's about working with the constituents, with the community. When we see wavering attitude on the part of the politicians, we start working with voters and we find arguments to convince them. We saw that situation in several countries of Europe. During the rally election campaigns, there was one rhetoric, then we continued to work and we managed to change the rhetoric. When we're talking about non-Western countries, well, it's not really a part of the world where democracy is really working. That's why there we are working with elites, with the parliaments, with top leaders. But you have to remember that what is important to us is to support major countries there and major communities there. Last year, it was the first time that our president took part in the Arab League, and Crimean topic was the key issue of that event. I was in Qatar, Bahrain, and I talked to the elites, parliamentarians in the United Emirates, in Saudi Arabia. This topic is important, and this is the topic that is supported there, not only because they understand the problems of the indigenous peoples, but also because it's a security question, security for the Black Sea region, which our panel is dedicated to, and I would talk about it, about the fact that the Arab world is the sea world, Arab Strait, the Red Sea. You can see all these supply issues, and they clearly understand what Black Sea is, what a military base in the center of Black Sea means, what are the threats to the region, to the whole world, and the Crimea demilitarization. And for us, this issue is clearly part of our state policy. We understand that the liberated Crimea, reintegrated Crimea, means a non-militarized Crimea. Yes, we can have certain formations there that are necessary. We will have them across the country because we will have a strong army, but there should not be nuclear weapons, which we suspect can be a case there. So these are issues that are affecting the opinions of different communities across the globe. And we are trying to communicate and explain that, and I think there is a huge job being done here by, again, our armed forces, who show that it's a myth that there is nothing there, that Russia brought on 1 million of teachers that are teaching the illiterate Crimeans. It's a myth. There is 500,000 of soldiers and another law enforcement and repression system. And when children hit when these babies that we honor, when they hit the warships, we understand that there are warships there. Thank you, Alexander. We understand that there are challenges and there are things that can be relatable to other countries that are far from Ukraine and that don't feel the brunt, don't have the financial losses. It's difficult to get our message across to them. That's why maybe the examples of military victories, of military achievements in the sea, they can also be an argument that they understand and that can inspire our partners. That's why, in parallel with the parliamentarian activity, we have the military strategy to secure the Black Sea waters from Russian terrorist acts, and the strategy to liberate the annexed and occupied territories. And now I would like to give the floor to the Dmytro Klimenkov, Deputy Head of the Minister of Defense of Ukraine.
So we are getting to convincing diplomacy, and so 10 years ago, Russia committed an act of aggression that violated international law and the principle of sovereignty. So this is a comprehensive violation of the international law, which requires comprehensive steps, regulatory and military. Ukraine is committed to the principles of democracy and international law and will never agree to these violations. Crimea has always been and is an integral part of Ukraine, and restoring the control over Crimea is a strategic task for Ukraine. And this is our duty to the families who have been residing in Crimea for centuries, and after the deportation they returned to their motherland because they love it and they want their children to live there. And there is a potential for flourishing and its and returning the Crimea will, of course, restore the democracy and justice. And safety in the Black Sea is also top on the priority list of Ukraine and international community, as this region is strategically important to ensure food security in the whole world. We have done a lot in this direction. So the victory over the Russian fleet, this is a considerable victory and laid the foundation for the further occupation of Crimea, implementation of the 10-point peace formula of the president is the only way to restore the territorial integrity of Ukraine. So we are grateful to our partners for support, and we call upon international community to continue pressuring Russia, especially for the Black Sea region. The situation needs the unified reaction from the whole international community to fight the aggression. Ukraine is a fortress of democracy in the east of Ukraine, and protecting it is a precondition of peace in this part of the world. Ukraine will not concede to the aggressor and will continue to fight to restore all the occupied areas until we can resume control of Bay in Balaklava and Belbek. And this is also the aspiration of victory for the whole, not only for Ukraine, but the whole international community. We will work with partners to restore the territorial integrity of Ukraine, and our joint call to Ukrainian citizens that are living in Crimea. Our Ukrainian armed forces are working every day to set you free, and this liberation will take place for sure. Glory to Ukraine. So we'd like to shift to a big grand democracy because it's important how the dynamics has changed on getting different countries on board to implement the peace formula. But the question is if they understand mindful of the elements of the peace formula, where Crimea is in focus, whether they are ready to implement this point of the peace formula. Dear Tamila, Your Excellency, Your Beatitude. So I'd like to support Alexander's opinion that the aggression started from the aggression in Donbass. It has been ongoing for 10 years, and at the outset, people, thought that peace talks would lead to something. You remember the Minsk process and so on. But in fact, the aggressor was preparing for the full-scale invasion. But the important thing is what we have, the lesson that we have learned, and together with our international colleagues that are working to deoccupy Crimea, President set up the first working group to work on the issue, which became the foundation for the Crimea Platform, and this. One of the conclusions was that without the liberation of Crimea, without the liberation of Donbass, no sustainable peace could be ensured not only in Ukraine but also in the whole world. I don't even mean the democratic world, but the world at large, because the Russian Federation, Putin, they succeeded in something that many failed to do after World War II. They ruined or changed the world order. Shattering the basics of the UN Charter. So the first 30 countries that participated in the first summit of Crimea Platform, and the number of participants have grown, judging by the last turnout in the Crimea Platform Summit. So it means that the understanding is getting better. And the parliamentary democracy that was mentioned by Alexander here, we have turned the thoughts and ideas of the Crimean Platform, into the peace formula, all the 10 points. So without the liberation of Crimea and without restoring the territorial integrity of the whole of Ukraine as of 1991, so the sustainable peace will not be possible. So we've had 4 rounds of discussions, of sessions for the counselors and diplomatic counselors for security. So we first had 15 countries in Copenhagen and 82 in Davos, which testifies to the fact that there is a firm decision of turning the Russian Federation and its satellites, holding it accountable, turning it back to the principle of international law. Without this ensured, there will be no peace, neither in our part of the world, not across the globe. Nuclear safety, food security, and bringing back not only our heroes but political prisoners, Crimean Tatars who were imprisoned since the early days of the occupation of Crimea. These mass purges and repressions are still ongoing. And the children, Crimea is a place where children from Luhansk, Zaporizhzhia, Kherson Oblast were moved there. In 2014, the offsprings of ignoring of international law, now it accumulated to all the possible regulations being violated. So the peace formula is about the just peace, and not only in Ukraine but for the whole world. The Crimea has been and will remain Ukrainian. Mykola Tachitsky, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. So almost almost in every area, in every sphere that we're touching upon, the information component has to be stressed, and it's important to show the world not only what is happening in the battlefield, but also what is happening in the sea, and about the successes and innovative approaches that is being used by the AFU to be convincing to our Western partners, where Russia is trying to scare us with propaganda messages through propaganda channels. What our armed forces are doing in the Black Sea are able to debunk all the myths. So one of our partners, Peter Dickinson, is working to make this true. Ukraine Alert blog editor at the Atlantic Council, publisher of the Business Ukraine magazine. So I just like to say how convincing your messages and the words from your stories sound, and
Hello, hello to dear colleagues. Hello, I will speak English, right?
Good day. Thank you for the opportunity to join you at this very important forum. I would like to begin with a question. What is Vladimir Putin's greatest strength today? I would say it's not his army. We've seen the reality behind the myth of the great Russian army. It's not his allies, China or Iran or North Korea. The greatest strength that Putin enjoys today, in my opinion, is the fear of escalation amongst Ukraine's allies in the West, the fear of the so-called Russian red lines. This has been a problem since the very first days of Russia's invasion in February 2014, when Crimea was first occupied. We all remember those shocking days when the world was taken by surprise, and there was a sense at first that something big would happen. There would be a major reaction, but it didn't happen. Instead, the West said to Kiev, don't escalate, don't provoke Russia. And the occupation of Crimea was allowed to pass. That then led to Russian aggression in the Donbass. The same situation again, don't provoke, don't escalate. Then we came to 2022 and the full-scale invasion. So this has been a constant theme throughout the 10 years of Russia's war against Ukraine. This fear of escalation, this willingness by the West to be intimidated by Russia. But Ukraine is showing that it doesn't have to be that way. Ukraine is showing that Russia can be confronted, and the brightest example of this, in my opinion, is what we've seen in and around Crimea over the past year or so. When the full-scale invasion began, in fact, before the full-scale invasion began, in the weeks before, Russia began a blockade of Ukraine's southern ports using the Black Sea Fleet from Crimea. It was, in fact, the beginning of this escalation in aggression from Russian side. At the time, the assumption was, this was in February 2022, the assumption was internationally, there's nothing we can do. Ukraine doesn't really have a navy. Russia has a big Black Sea Fleet. There's nothing we can do. That means Ukraine's ports are closed. The West accepted this fairly easily, in my opinion, too easily. And Ukraine didn't. The fight back began very soon in April. Well, in fact, on the first day, of course, we all remember the memorable engagement on Snake Island and the very specific instructions that were given to the Russian warship. 2 months later, that Russian warship was sent to the bottom of the Black Sea. The sinking of the Moskva was a monumental event that sent shockwaves around the world. The sinking of a major Russian ship, the flagship of their fleet, was an historic event in every sense. It was the biggest sinking of a naval vessel in decades anywhere in the world. And it was a major signal from Ukraine that this was possible. Since then, we've seen a considerable increase in Ukraine's successes in the Black Sea. The liberation of Snake Island, attacks on Crimea, attacks on the port, the Russian fleet in Sevastopol, attacks on Russian shipping, naval, and the Russian Black Sea fleet throughout the Black Sea. And the Ukrainian successes are clear. Between 1/4 and 1/3 of the Russian Black Sea fleet is either damaged or destroyed. The Black Sea itself is now littered with the debris of sunken Russian warships. And throughout this process, as Ukraine has been having success after success, there has been caution from the West. When we go back to 2022, perhaps the most famous incident was when Elon Musk either did not allow or blocked Ukrainian drone attacks on Sevastopol, because as he said, I did not want to cause World War III. I did not want to cause a nuclear war. Now, Elon Musk has said this publicly. Behind closed doors, a lot of the international community, a lot of Ukraine's partners have said similar things unofficially. Do not provoke. Crimea is a red line. We shouldn't make that a target of the war. Now, thankfully, and very correctly, Ukraine has ignored these warnings from the West, and some Western partners have become bolder. Last year, in May, we saw the British grant Ukraine, or deliver Ukraine cruise missiles with an understanding that they could be used against Crimea. A month later, the French followed suit and also provided Ukraine with similar cruise missiles. These cruise missiles, together with Ukraine's drones, have been the basis of Ukraine's success in the Black Sea. They've sunk, as I mentioned, a large number of warships. They've bombed the Black Sea Fleet headquarters in Sevastopol. Ukraine became the first country in history to destroy a nuclear submarine last year in September with an attack on Sevastopol with a cruise missile. This is historic stuff. This is military history we're talking about here. And I think the crucial factor here is to look at the Russian response. Putin loves to make nuclear threats. He loves to use his proxies, his court jesters like Medvedev, to make very menacing comments about nuclear responses and attacks on Kiev and London and Helsinki and Washington, etc. But what have we seen? Have we seen these attacks? Have we seen these escalations? No, nothing of the sort. In the last 6 months, Russia has withdrawn the vast majority of its battleships from Crimea to Russia, to Novorossiysk. The Russians are actually now in the process of building a new port for their fleet in Russian-occupied Georgia, in Abkhazia, as far away from Ukraine in the Black Sea as you can possibly get. So they're obviously not planning on coming back very soon to Crimea, and they obviously recognize that they have been militarily defeated at sea. They face very unfavorable circumstances. So there's a very important lesson here for the international community. Russia in the Black Sea has used threats and menaces, has tried to make Crimea a red line and said Crimea is off limits. Now, while the West was intimidated, Ukraine attacked and went forward and showed the courage and the decisiveness to defy Russia's red lines. And the results are clear. Russia has not escalated, has not responded with a nuclear response or any other major military response. Russia, on the contrary, has withdrawn.
Peter, I'm sorry, I have to remind you about the timeline.
Yes.
If you please.
Of course. So, well, that is the main message. That is my main message. Russia will retreat when it faces a strong military response and an unfavorable military situation. So the lesson is clear. Ukraine has the leadership and the courage and the capabilities to defeat Russia if the West provides the weapons. And when that happens, Russia will pull back and Russia will say to its own propaganda, keep quiet, don't mention it, and they will simply pull away. So this lesson needs to be applied to the war in general and to the liberation of Crimea.
Дякую, дуже дякую, Пітер, за виступ.
Thank you, Peter. And as a follow-up to what has been said, I would like to draw your attention to another tool that we can use as frequently as we can. It is the experience of countries that historically have experienced the claims, the encroachments from Russia, or even more. Let's go back to history, the invasions related to the Soviet Union. We will now talk about Japan islands, and now we can address another speaker, James Brown, professor of political science and academic coordinator of international affairs major, Temple University, Japan. And we can use this experience to despite what Russia is doing, as we just said, intimidating the West, we can design new approaches that will be effective here and now in Ukraine, and maybe we will share them with our partners. So my question will be to James. James, I will tell it in English.
An important article and draw on the parallels between northern territories of Japan and Crimea. So please explain us why this comparison shows that compromises on territorial integrity cannot be a solution. Щоб розуміти нашу аудиторію, дуже коротко, в чому паралелі
And for our audience, what are the parallels between the northern territories and Crimea, and how can we use it? Thank you.
Well, firstly, thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be joining you at this important event. Russia's aggression against Ukraine is not only an issue for European security, it's an issue for global security. I'm talking to you today from Tokyo, and I'd like to say a few words about East Asia and how it compares with your tragic situation in Ukraine. So Russia is occupying territory today, not only in Ukraine, but also in Japan. I'm referring here to the Northern Territories. These 4 islands, which lie to the north of the main Japanese archipelago, were occupied by Soviet forces in 1945. As is the case with the regions that Russia occupies today in Ukraine, this occupation of Japanese territory was illegal. After the occupation, the entire Japanese population of the islands, some 17,000 people, were forcibly deported, never permitted to return to live in their homes. There are, of course, big differences between the Ukrainian and the Japanese cases. The Ukrainian situation is much more serious, much more tragic, but there are similarities too. What is more, since the occupation of Japanese territory has been going on for so long, nearly 80 years, there are certain lessons that can be drawn. The main lesson is that Moscow has persistently tried to use the territorial dispute to exert influence over Japanese politics. It might be thought that Moscow would want a clear end to the territorial dispute. Not so. Decades ago, Moscow could have declared the issue with Japan closed and refused to engage in talks. Instead, Russia deliberately left the door ajar and periodically encouraged Japanese leaders to believe that a territorial deal could still be possible. This was evident in 1960, when the Soviet Union told Japan that the islands could eventually be handed over if all foreign troops are withdrawn from Japan. This was Moscow's obvious attempt to drive a wedge between Japan and the United States. More recently, in 2012, Vladimir Putin tried again. He suggested that the territorial dispute with Japan could be settled as a draw. This gave Japan false hope that the return of at least half the islands was possible. Shinzo Abe, who was then Japan's prime minister, swallowed the bait and spent the next 7 years forlornly offering economic cooperation and pursuing a personal friendship with Putin. when Russia seized Crimea and began grabbing land in the regions of Donetsk and Luhansk, Abe's government regrettably distanced itself from Western sanctions on Moscow. And yet, despite these concessions from the Japanese side, Japan received nothing in the end. I personally fear that Russia will try using some of these same tactics against Ukraine. Moscow, in future months or years, will dangle the vague prospect of a return of some territory if Kyiv agrees to maintain a certain distance from the West and NATO. Some in the West might even be tempted to promote such a deal, naively believing that this could be a pathway to a lasting peace. In reality, it would be a serious mistake. After all, in my view, Putin's aim with the full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022 was never just to seize some more territory, but rather to exercise control over Ukraine's entire political destiny. Japan's experience shows that if the occupied territories are left in Russian hands, they will be a string which Moscow will pull for decades to come as a means of manipulating Ukrainian politics and thwarting its plans to fully take its place alongside fellow European democracies. This is yet another reason why Ukraine must resist pressure to compromise and insist on the immediate return of all occupied territory. Thank you very much.
Дякуємо дуже, Джеймсу. Дякуємо за докладне висвітлення.
Territory. Thank you, James, for throwing the light on what you have stated in your article. And we hope that your pieces of advice could be followed and could be used in our context. Thank you. It was James Brown online, and I'd like to turn to the topic which is not less important, is forecasting based on modern advanced studies that are accessible to us, and this is also a victory of Ukrainian democracy, and thanks to such advanced research we can maneuver and see how the situation develops in the battlefield, and this will ask to be covered by Elena Frolova, Deputy Chair of the Board Center for Defense Strategies, how the Black Sea can be the battlefield in 2024. Thank you. I'm happy to greet you here, and I can see a lot of familiar faces in the audience. In the first place, I'd like to refer you to 2014 and how the topic of Crimea has been transforming in the international context. 2014 to 2020, the messages we heard, official and unofficial, let us suppress the topic of Crimea, let us talk about Donbass, because Crimea is something that we don't understand. After the Crimea platform was set up, the topic of Crimea was back on the radars, and now the message is, okay, let us talk about Crimea, but the perspective is like the unification of Germany is 30 to 50 years to come, but today, thanks to the joint efforts, we hear that all the Western experts and think tanks agree that Crimea has to be returned, and there is a high chance that this will be possible through the military actions. But recently, the skepsis has grown as to whether it will be possible for Ukraine to return Crimea in this way. But everyone shares the opinion that Crimea cannot remain Russian. But of course, there are partners, a number of partners who believe that we are able to do that, that we're unable to do that. That's because our victories in the Black Sea have been under-communicated, because Russia have been suppressing our victories with their propaganda, even though the victories have not been that considerable. But the Black Sea is quite interesting, because we feel that we're capable, and this is the first time where we seriously showed our subject matter. And the second cycle of Minsk peace talks were planned, and Russia thought that in 2-3 years there will be a beneficial deal for them, but we turned the table. But we understand that it won't be possible for us to win this clash on our own when it's only two of us. But we understand that when the clash is not in place, we need to act symmetrically. We understand that we have to get on board more people. When the community will not only be discussing, international community will not be only discussing the Black Sea, but would be more interested in the Crimea as it is. And so it would be good to see more unfamiliar faces in the audience. In fact, most of the European, Americans, our friends, and many people who are beyond the Western coalition, they support the idea that Crimea is Russian, because that's what is stated in the official sources now, and there are not many official sources contradicting that the primary source that is now widespread. And I'm not a military, I'm rather a political expert, but most of the military experts say that liberation of Crimea is clearer, they see it clearer than the liberation of Donbass. If we cut off the logistical pathways of Crimea, it's clear how it can be liberated. However, it's not about forecasts that I'm speaking here. We have to prove we're capable. We're capable subject matter, and how we ensured the grain corridor. I'm sure that the world will be with the winner, and all the discussions about the political influences of the West. If we continue showing our victories in terms of strategy, in terms of our vision, then the international community will be on our side. Thank you. Alina, I would wrap it up with an important message as a bottom line of what you've just covered, maybe shifting the focus towards our international democratic community. Are our partners able to bring back the rule of international law that was shattered by Russia in 2014 by their attempt to annex Crimea? Thank you, dear participants, and thank you for joining our first panel. That is probably to be continued, and I'm handing over to my colleague. here.
Дякую, Ксенія Смірнова,
Thank you,
українська телеведуча журналістка, була модераторкою
Ksenija,
цієї панелі. Дякую вам,
who
шановні
moderated
гості.
this panel. Thank you,
За
dear
кілька хвилин ми
guests.
продовжимо, звісно, спілкування.
In
У нас
several
ще дуже
minutes
багато
we
тем для
will carry
обговорення,
on
тому залишайтесь, будь ласка,
our
із нами.
discussions.
І ви,
We have a
наші
range of
всі люди, які у цій залі, і,
topics
звісно,
to
всі
discuss,
наші
and so
онлайн-глядачі.
stay with us.
Шановні пані та панове, повертаємось і у прямий ефір, у стрім на усі платформи, де ми нині транслюємося. І, звісно, вітаю усіх, хто у цій залі. Кава-брейк у нас завершено, і, звісно, завершено перегляд усіх матеріалів. Ми переходимо до наступної дискусійної панелі. Я нагадаю тему цієї вже наступної панелі. Крим майбутнього, що Україна робить для реінтеграції півострова вже сьогодні, та якими є пріоритети в умовах відсутності контролю. Ну і саме цю панель буде вести наступна модераторка. Це українська журналістка, міжнародниця Наталя Гуменюк. Наталю, я вас радий запрошувати сюди.
Acclaimed journalist Natalia Humenuk. Greetings. So we'll discuss a lot of pressing issues. Our speakers here are Tamila Tasheva, as permanent representative of the President of Ukraine in Crimea, Alexandra Azarkina, Deputy Minister for Communities, Territories and Infrastructure Development of Ukraine, Ihor Konochovny, Head of the Prosecutor's Office of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and Sevastopol, Alona Lonyova, Advocacy Director of the Human Rights Center Zmina, was also born in Crimea, and Roman Grishuk, Member of Parliament of Ukraine. Dmytro Teperek, Security and Stability and Crimea Cognitive Deoccupation Expert, and he came from Estonia, and he will speak on cognitive deoccupation. He is here for the Partnership Fund for Resilient Ukraine. And so several hours ago, I talked to a person who has recently fled a recently deoccupied area. So this person traveled to one of the countries through Russia, and this person told me how they were, going to different shops and just calling the brand names of Ukrainian brand names, and it was such a relief. This person was so happy to be able to see the Ukrainian brands. And this person lived under occupation for 2 years, and how happy they were to see the Ukrainian brands. So what can we say of others who live under occupation for longer? So the floor is yours, Ms. Tasheva. So thank you, Natalia. And so I started the forum on the words of gratitude to the Ukrainian armed forces and to those who are living under occupation. So I'd like to have Nariman Jalal, the first deputy head of the Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people. It would be great to have him here. He's my close friend. Also, Vladislav Yasipenko, Radio Svoboda journalist, once wrote. Unfortunately, he is in one of Russian prisons now. But I'm sure that at some point we will be able to set all the people who are held in Russia free, to be able to liberate political prisoners. We need to work already now. We will set them free after the occupation of the Crimean Peninsula is over. We have to work on all the levels, on the diplomatic level and on the military level. We need to do our best. So we are extremely grateful to our intelligence services, to our military who are working brilliantly on the Black Sea. Since autumn 2022, the representative office of the President of Ukraine, together with the expert community, have worked on strategic documents that informed the state strategic documents, and we focused on developing first response actions after Crimea is back under Ukrainian control. So this is restarting the work of the law enforcement agencies and local government agencies, the amnesty and illustrations, verification of documents, and also revisiting the decisions of the local courts, humanitarian policies, and demilitarization of the educational sphere. And I have been asked by journalists and by international partners how we will handle the Russian citizens that have been implementing the occupation of the Crimean Peninsula. So we've worked for 3 months and we have come up with a vision on the occupation steps, and it gives a framework that we will aspire, the principles that we'll aspire to, and we are grateful to the Crimean Parliament because these developed steps, the visions, they informed the document, which is a roadmap actually for further regulatory work. In 2022, together with the Ministry of Development of Territories and Infrastructure and the Center for Defense Strategy, we also developed a strategy of defense of the Crimean Peninsula after the occupation. Here we focused on what our vision of Crimea is as it is deoccupied, together with the transporter experts. We developed a strategy of cognitive deoccupation of Crimea. I'm grateful to the members of the board for cognitive deoccupation. I'm grateful to Dmytro Teperik alongside other experts, and Dmytro was author of the first core document that we have been developing for a year, and we hope that in the closest 2 months we'll be able to adopt the strategy and the action plan for its implementation. Apart from that, it was important for us in our work to be informed with a strategy for the occupation, which was rectified by the presidential order from 2023. This strategy has never excluded the military component and other asymmetric measures and steps towards liberation. One of the key focuses or components for reintegration is the staffing potential. So we have created a staff reserve by the decision from 2023, presidential decision. And so, questionnaires with CVs have been submitted from civilians and the military. It's important to work on it so that these people can also be given some certain background. So together with Mr. Bugrov, we started the first program based on Shevchenko University, reintegration on the occupied territories. I'm grateful to our colleagues from the Institute of Management who we have been working on the program for 2 years, and we have launched an online course, Crimea centered, and we hope that such initiatives will be expanded to cover as many people as possible. Also, under the Agency for Tourism, there was also a productive effort to prepare the staff for the deoccupied Crimea who will work in tourism there. So it's highly important for us to be able to return to the Crimea, not of the 2014 make, but it's important for us to be able to return to Crimea when it's not only available for tourist season, is available over summer, but as an annual resort. We need to be able to factor in the specifics of the indigenous peoples, cultural heritage, and other ethnic groups that are now living in the occupied area. It's important to note that last year we started cooperating with Ukrainian international businesses under International Crimea Platform. We had a side event where to host participants like Monobank, Ryanair, and a number of Crimean businesses who are working and who said they are ready to set foot in the Crimea as it is liberated. And all this information is available at the Crimea Platform website, and we can witness that the number of actors are joining in signing this important memorandum that we started last year. Our Crimea has great potential, both as natural resource and with certain human potential. And if we support the businesses, if we ensure the transparent system for entrepreneurship, the peninsula will be a magnet for active people, for the youth, for international investment. And I'd like to see how young people, when they think of where to settle down, they would consider their native Crimea. And it would be great to see how the normal life is restored, how there is an influx of tourists, so that the peninsula is no longer associated with military base and will not be associated only with a sea resort, but will be associated in Ukraine and abroad as a good place for investment. This is possible, and we're sure it will happen. Let us be the creators of our joint future in the liberated Ukrainian Crimea. Glory to Ukraine.
Alexander, could you please explain how it has to work in the context of the challenges that the ministry is facing overall in terms of Ukraine recovery and the areas affected by the war? On the other hand, we are saying that we need to be ready for the liberation. We need to have solutions ready, clear plans ready. And at the same time, we don't understand the timing. We want it to happen faster. And when we have all these tasks, some of them are perceived as theory and some of them are. But you are still working. It's difficult to invite investors what is not ours. I mean, the construction companies, the other companies mentioned by Tamila Tasheva. How is this process organized to make sure that it's not this wishful thinking, but is really realistic? Well, I don't see any conflict here. I clearly remember myself when I was 14 years, in 2014, I was studying in Kiev. I was taking away my parents from Crimea. I was far from the civil servants. And I realized that my task is to make sure that Crimea would look up to the progressive, successful Ukraine and would like to join Ukraine back. I was naive. The full-scale invasion adjusted my thinking, and I looked at the register of destroyed property that was created after the full-scale invasion, and after the first explosions in Crimea, people started to reach out to us because they knew about this register. People from Simferopol and Sevastopol, they believe this occupation is illegal, and they are waiting for the normality to come back, for Ukrainian normality to come back, and for the future. And to answer the question of this panel, what do we do as a government, as the society? Of course, it's not enough. It's clear. We want to do more, and we want to make sure that these things, in terms of the human resources, education, we want to scale them up to make sure that we can strengthen the ties with people. Yes, we are limited in our resources, there is a security issue, but it's reasonable. I just want to give you a couple of examples. I started with the destroyed property register. It's a story about the Ukrainian government supported by the resources and assets, arrested assets of Russian aggressors. They started to use them to provide compensations for the property. Over 50,000 of Ukrainians have received this support for minor repairs. And our dream is to go further. And I believe that this project that shows to Ukrainian citizens in the occupied areas, they see their journey, how to get back to the normal legal system and be able to develop. And we discussed that many times with Tamila, that we need to build our policy with people who are now in the peninsula and are loyal to Ukraine's vision. And what's important here is that we don't need to stick to the square meters or asphalted roads. We need to give them an opportunity to take part of the creation of our society. We have what others don't have. We can engage people in this incredible process when you create a society, when your actions mean a lot. And it's a great strength of our society. And from practical point of view, it is reflected in the decentralization reform. When we worked with the mission of the president on the Crimea liberation strategy, we realized that we cannot go back to 2014 Crimea because Ukraine has achieved a lot, that Crimea has to catch up. And in summer, we adopted a series of laws, and there are a number of resolutions being prepared by the government about the start of the decentralization reform in Crimea. We have huge debate how to rename different places. It's difficult, but the strength of our society is that we talk about that we have a real debate, that we have these multi-level dimensions. And it's difficult to measure it in any financial terms. And I believe in business. We had a lot of discussions with the businesses who had to relocate from the Autonomous Republic and the international businesses who want to operate on the peninsula. And on the one hand, this is a theoretical discussion, but the things the businesses are talking about, they are talking about quite specific and practical things, about their vision, about the free and legal, lawful space and European integration, because what we can offer to Crimeans who are now in the occupied areas, it's the future. What occupiers can offer is only the past. Thank you. Igor, Crimea has been turned into a military base, into a prison, and into a camp for people who are being brought back from the occupied territories. And the Crimean prosecutor office was established up to 2014, and in the Ukrainian system, nobody knew actually how it should work. The prosecutor office is here, Crimea is there, but you came. There was a reluctance to open cases, but the year of 2022 gave importance to all the crimes committed during the occupation, gave it priority for the prosecutor office, and you turned to be the specialists, the few specialists who can teach all Ukrainian prosecutors how to work with that. But my question is not only about that, but also what do you need? How do you plan to work? For example, this painful question of collaborators. One thing when we are talking about 1 year, half a year, but when it's been going on for 10 years, some things become normal from the moral point of view. We can talk about education, work in the authorities, administrations, normal things. How do you work with that? And these occupied areas, occupied for 10 years, how does the legislation treat them, and what should be in the general decision-making around the war crimes, collaboration, and the rest? What's your vision and your thoughts and your experience about that? Thank you, Natalia. I would like to hello to everyone. And yes, you're right. Before 2022, the prosecutor office, Crimean prosecutor office, Crimean prosecution system was not really viewed seriously, apart from people for whom Crimean issue was painful, apart from Crimeans who were in this context. All others, they perceived it as something secondary, something far away in the law enforcement bodies. Even in 2022, I had to explain why the war started not on the 24th of February 2022, but on the 26th of February 2014, which is a bit unfortunate event. A sad event. And if we're talking about the work after the full-scale invasion, there hasn't been really much change, because the occupation has been going on for 10 years. The crimes committed by the occupiers in Crimea, the violations of the international law, they are most serious international crimes. We documented them before the full-scale invasion, and we continue to do so after. The only thing that is new is the collaboration issue. The crime in the criminal code doesn't consider the provisions, doesn't consider the duration of the occupation. Probably the aim of this provision was to deter people, deter from collaborating with the enemy in the newly occupied areas. It is working overall, but what they fail to factor in is that for when this provision was adopted, it has been 8 years of occupation in Crimea, and the things that we view as crimes seem like normality for Crimeans, actions of the occupation authorities. That's why, together with the mission of the president in Crimea, we often raise these issues that we need to make changes. And I think the current head of the Supreme Court said, Stanislav Kravchenko, he said, let's not change the criminal procedural law. We will be able to manage it with the practice. And it helped in Crimea when it comes to charges, collaboration charges, they will apply to all Crimeans. This issue is not raised now. We have clear priorities. We communicated them to the police, the security services of Ukraine. So what we are doing and what we are not doing. If there is a direct collaboration with the occupation authorities, with the Ministry of Defense, Russian guards, FSB, direct voluntarily collaboration, yes, it's collaboration. If it's some business supporting civilians, our opinion, it is not collaboration activity. Now, I would like to briefly talk about our vision after the occupation, what we are going to do after the liberation. The full-scale invasion raised the liberation issue higher than as compared to all previous years, when all the countries saw the strength of our armed forces, when they saw March 2022, then autumn 2022, everyone believed that we will be able to get into Crimea, that we are almost there. That's why the General Prosecutor created a task force to design mechanisms and a legislative framework for the bodies working with criminal justice, for them to be able to restore their operation in the liberated Crimea. After we liberate Crimea, after we restore our work there, we cannot start talking about our legislation being not ready for the liberation. It will be a shame. We've been talking about the fact that we were not ready for the armed conflict for 10 years. So our task force including prosecutors from Crimea, from Donetsk and Luhansk oblasts that are now occupied, unfortunately, international lawyers and experts. We are working in two areas, the human resource area, to make sure that we have the talent pool of prosecutors who would be able to start working in the liberated Crimea, because it takes time to get on board the prosecutors. Unlike civil servants, we are unable to create talent pools because it's not provided for in the legislation governing our operations. That's why we have one mechanism how to quickly restore the human resources of our offices in Crimea. And second cluster, it's legislative changes to prepare the criminal and procedural legislation for the work in Crimea. I'm talking here about the criminal cases that we had before its occupation, and hundreds of thousands of Russian criminal cases that were launched during the occupation. According to our data, it's around 200,000 criminal cases that were launched by the occupiers in Crimea. We will also we are now talking about 85,000 court cases heard in courts, and of course the sentences that are being implemented. We know that there are sentences that are not valid for political prisoners, passed on to political prisoners, but there are other quite valid criminal sentences. Our task force is finalizing this work. We will present it, and then it will be up to the legislators. But our key task is to prepare and lay the foundation that will allow to avoid the problems that Ukraine and the law enforcement bodies are facing have been facing since 2014. We always had this excuse: the legislation is not ready, we cannot do that. So either we or our future colleagues will be able to work using the legislation we prepared to be as efficient in Crimea as possible. Okay, and before I move on to the legislator about the readiness, I would like to ask you about the existing questions, and I would like to turn to Alena Lunyova, Advocacy Director of the Human Rights Center Zmina. The CSOs have been working a lot with the government. There is consensus around Crimean issue in the Ukrainian society, but what about now, at this stage? The speed we are moving at, another occupation form that we have now, laws adopted, some measures taken to prevent crimes. What is your vision? What do we need to do? What is the key measures? What are the key needs? And I also would like to address this question to Roman Hrysiuk, if possible. Thank you.
So, in fact, what has changed is that we have more law enforcement agencies that are ready to work on it, on reintegration of Crimea, because at the outset it seemed like we were talking amongst ourselves on what we should do, on how we're going to go back home and how we will reintegrate Crimea. But now this what the actors that are on board and that they are getting we're getting more of them. I'm very grateful for that. So the people that are in the occupied territory of Crimea, it's important for us to know that it's difficult to receive this first-hand source information. Of course, there are repression laws and that are active there. That's why people are afraid to talk. That's why we need to rely on the information we receive from people who work in the fields or those who work there temporarily and come back to the areas under Ukrainian control. So, but everything has been done to limit or not allow Crimeans to leave the peninsula, but now people who are under occupation, high on their priority list is their self-identity, self-identification. But when you process all those requests, you tend to think, what will happen to those ordinary people? What if the Russian Federation will never give this territory back? And these are millions of documents, of paperwork. So, of course, after we need to understand that these people maybe only had their birth certificates, or maybe even those were missing. So, as a state, we should ensure that after integration, those people will not do not have the burden of proving their identity. As a state, we need to take on this responsibility to prevent this and to develop pertinent documents to ease the lives of those people. We don't know how the occupation is going to happen, whether through diplomatic ways or through military ways, but I think that now it's important for us to say that some fears we will not be able to eliminate, but we need to be ready and to think early of the paperwork, of the responsibility, as Igor has quite correctly pointed out, that the prosecutor's office is quite cautious in terms of criminal cases for collaborationism, for collaboration activities. This article does not guarantee that the ordinary people will not be held responsible, that it will only be the supervisors. But for those who haven't committed military crimes, for those who haven't taken decisions that led to the fact that Namayala Djal is not with us in this audience. But the ordinary people who have not been part of those decisions, against them only certain illustration measures can be taken. People who have come from Crimea to the areas under Ukrainian control, they come across certain difficulties as their ID documents are missing. So it's a no-go. It's an unfriendly approach to get those people undergo the process of 6 months justification of their identity. And my last bullet here is that we need to talk to people who are not Crimean residents, but who have to be ready for the occupation. When my son prepared a presentation to where he would like to travel, and Simferopol was on the first slide. And I'd like the people who would like to go back to liberated Crimea had an opportunity to do that, especially when Ukraine resumes control over Crimea. In fact, I've talked to some people who have read a book on the Crimean Peninsula that I've recently written. So there was this guy who is now 18 and who was 8 when the annexation attempt took place. So what is the real capacity of the parliament to take such decisions now? Because I've heard that the capacity is quite low, and mindful of the number of regulatory burden. But now the environment that we have is thoughtful of the Crimea. But what Alena has mentioned and what Igor mentioned, there are people who could be teachers of mathematics. Others could detain people for some burglaries. But of course, it would be good to get the people ready. So greetings. I'd like to start with the words of sheer gratitude to Tamila Tasheva and to the whole team of representative office of the Crimean Peninsula in Ukraine. So when Tamila joined, the representative office became the epicenter of not only of thought but also of action. And as a citizen of Ukraine, as a member of the Education Committee, I can say that we are changing the legislation together. So children that are now in Crimean schools, they like the fifth graders, they have never been part of the Ukrainian educational process. And for occupiers, it was easier to switch to the system of to the Russian educational system in 2014 than it would be for us when we have to face switching it back. So the occupation started 10 years ago, but the cognitive occupation of Crimea started even earlier. How many Crimean Tatar Ukrainian language classes was there in Crimea? Tamila pointed out that we don't want to go back to Crimea of the make of 2014. So now it's under the educational process in Crimea has been militarized, and what we call de-identification or creation of the all like unified Russian identity, and this is done with intent. When people are sent a message that you're Russian and you have always been so. And the system that is working actively on census should factor in on what our message is going to be after the deoccupation, and what and how we're going to convey this message. And Natalia has mentioned the teachers' issues and the issue of consensus. Do we have this consensus in our society? Have we reached it? So the teacher that has stayed in the occupied area, and they stayed there and they started teaching under Russian standards. So, and we, are those people are those people fostering the occupier policies? Are they carriers of the occupier culture in creating a Russian citizen? What are we going to do with the Ukrainian teachers who did stay and who pursued teaching? And as Alona said about the assessment of results, and you, Natalia, said about the parliament capacity. Several months ago, there was this draft for that was being passed, and it was on acknowledging the Russian issued documents or education certificates. We cannot acknowledge those, but we can acknowledge the conditions under which that education was received.
Великі були дискусії, але парламент проголосував великою кількістю голосів за це, тому що питання і тема Криму,
the topic of Crimea unites, and
що ми маємо робити зараз
what we need to do before the deoccupation. In what way do we send or do we convey the Ukrainian educational standards and system to the people, to the children who are living under occupation? How do we do it in a safely manner, as we know that this is being closely tracked by the Russian how are we going to implement it here, mindful of bureaucratic processes, especially for those children who have no birth certificate, local birth certificate, but there is there could be a system of using a special websites with that can ensure secure access. But of course, it's important to know what this, to factor in what these children are being told, what arguments are being given to them, and how we're going to work with them afterwards. So we've discussed the system of high school education. How about higher education? We have the Tavria University. Will it be like twice relocated educational facility? So claiming that they are the center of education in the reintegrated Crimea. We need to understand that there is a number of people who have received the qualifications certificate issued by Russia, and this is about education for adults, and we need to realize that these people are Russian speaking, and relocating back the Tavria University is a serious matter, and we need to take steps and to work on it already now. And with the Crimea issue and with the reintegration issues, the Parliament has enough capacity, but there are other matters of criminal code and criminal justice that need to be taken into account.
I think what I would like to say is that we need to make sure that we deal with these issues. We have around 6 or 7 minutes, and while giving the floor, I would like to say that we will have one time for the question from the auditoria, from the room. But now I'm giving the floor to Dmitro Teperek. He will speak in English. Hello to everyone. Hello to everyone, and I'm from Estonia. I'm grateful for this invitation. I'm proud that my country, Estonia, has been supporting Ukraine over these 10 tragic years, and I'm sure that the support will continue during this effort and after the liberation of Crimea.
Underline what is cognitive deoccupation, and of course it is not a very simple task. But I should applaud the intellectual courage of team under the representation and leadership of Tamila, that this is actually a very unique process we are talking about. Situation in Crimea is very unique, and the risk is that it is a temptation, to seek for some similarities in different countries and in different cases. But there's also understanding, and it's intellectual expert understanding, that there are limitations for applying foreign experience in cognitive deoccupation in Crimea, which means that it requires, again, intellectual courage to develop truly a Ukrainian original approach to Crimea's deoccupation. Of course, it should be done together with international partners and friends, but foremost is a task for the Ukrainian state and Ukrainian society to have this open-mindedness, to discuss very difficult issues related to education, related to culture, but also related to citizens' perceptions, their fears, their beliefs, and their behaviors. So just a short example from my own country, which actually celebrated 106 years of independence a few days ago. And we have been deoccupying mindsets of some portion of our population in Estonia for already 33 years. So after the Soviet occupation, we realized that this process is not straightforward, and it requires, I would say, strategic patience. It requires a very careful approach. First of all, to recognize that people who lived under the occupation, they were hostages and victims of occupations. And they have been traumatized by the occupation regime. And secondly, of course, to recognize that all people in one country, they belong to certain communities. So again, Ukraine will have a lot of challenges ahead, but the good strategy for cognitive deoccupation is to be ready and to be prepared to address those challenges. Of course, there are some limitations to mitigate external risks, because we are not able to predict Russia's behavior. Nevertheless, what we are able to do is, of course, to increase Ukraine's capacity to map and to mitigate internal risks. Because cognitive deoccupation of Crimea is not just about people who live in Crimea right now, but also people on the panel said that is also about societal discussion and perceptions within Ukraine right now. So what solutions will be acceptable not just for people in Crimea, but how they will be acceptable for actually all citizens in Ukraine. And those preparations and those discussions can be started now. So what to avoid, of course, intellectual, what to avoid is emotional framing about Crimea's future. But what should be done is, again, intellectual investments into the discussions we are actually already having now on the topic of cognitive deoccupation, and also how to instrumentalize expert recommendations into practical policy making. And that's actually, again, very unique process, how you put a lot of good ideas into policy making, into policy measures to be implemented, not right now, because Crimea unfortunately is still occupied, but maybe in 1 or maybe in 2 or more, maybe in 5 years. And that again requires open-mindedness, it requires courage, but it also requires honesty. And it should be also data-driven process, which means that we need a lot of inputs from different communities, including community of indigenous people, Crimean Tatars, but also of different professional communities like educators, media, but also legal community, religious community, those who work with information threats, and so on and so forth. So I would like to congratulate all the Ukrainian colleagues who are currently working on the principles and methods of cognitive deoccupations, that they are really doing hard but necessary work, how to manage these cross-sectoral challenges. And I think that you will be proud of that, that after the liberation of Crimea, you will have already many plans, many scenarios, how to, again, shape people's perceptions, how to minimize their fears, and how to integrate them back into free, democratic, and European Ukraine. Thank you.
Дякую, Дмитре. Ви сказали, що
Thank
одну
you,
з головних
Dmitro.
речей, яку я почула, зокрема про те, що
One of the
це
key
щоденна
things you
робота.
mentioned,
У
it's
мене від
about
цього на
everyday
питання,
work.
це велика
So
кількість дуже конкретних
we
питань.
have
Я
a lot of
дуже
very
сподіваюся,
specific
що
questions,
відповіді на
and
них ви
hopefully
почули, зокрема,
you heard
деякі
the
речі
answers
є
to
для
them,
мене новими,
and
які є
I
дуже
heard
практичними.
quite
І
new
саме на
things,
ці
quite
відповіді
practical
часто
things,
є
and
запитання, зокрема, людей, які
quite
є в
often
Криму,
there are questions coming from people who lived in Crimea, who moved to Ukraine, and Ukrainians who lived in Crimea. So I'm grateful to you for this discussion, and we will continue this discussion in 10 minutes with a different discussion. And I would like to thank the participants of this discussion and wish you strength for the future work and energy. Thank you, thank you. Now, as Natalia rightly said, please stay tuned. In 10 minutes, we will continue. We will have the third discussion panel, Why Crimea's Past is a Matter of Its Future, a conversation about Crimea's true face, just in 10 minutes, and we will continue.
Ну що ж, ми раді вітати усіх, хто продовжує залишатися з нами, усіх, хто тільки долучається, і наші глядачі на усіх онлайн-платформах, де ми зараз транслюємось онлайн. Так само раді вітати
Dear participants, I would like to welcome our guests in the studio and on the stage. So, our next panel that we will continue, it is entitled Why Crimea's Past is a Matter of Its Future, a conversation about Crimea's true face. This panel will be moderated by Maria Tamak, head of the Crimean Platform Support Service, mission of the President of Ukraine in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea. Maria, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Шановні колеги,
Dear
друзі,
colleagues,
шановні глядачі,
dear
для мене це велика честь
viewers,
і
it's
відповідальність
an honor
сьогодні
for
модерувати
me
цю дискусію.
and responsibility
І я
to
хочу
moderate
відразу
this
сказати,
discussion.
що
And I would like to
це не
say
випадковий вибір
immediately that
цієї
it was not,
На наш погляд, це одна з
we
ключових
intentionally
тем
selected this
сьогодні,
topic.
яка
It's
стосується
one of the
Криму.
key topics
І поряд
around
поруч
Crimea.
із темою безпеки
And
в Чорному морі, поруч із темою
in parallel with the
відповідальності,
security in the Black Sea, accountability for crimes, reintegration topic, we also need to be talking about the history of Crimea, because the perceptions of this history can shape the future of the Crimea. This is what our panel is dedicated to, and I would like to give a disclaimer here that this discussion is not a response to Putin's interview, this famous interview. We planned this discussion quite a long ago, for quite a while, but what we heard from the Russian dictator confirms that we need to talk about Crimea's true face. And I will make this kind of provocative point that we will be talking about in perception of many international partners and some Ukrainians. Crimea is still in the shadow of Russian empire. Is it true? Does it influence the policy and the knowledge and some humanitarian things? We will talk about that, and we have quite a esteemed panel, and we will have only 1 hour for this discussion. Let me introduce our panelists. Rory Finnin, Professor of Ukrainian Studies at the University of Cambridge. We are grateful to Rory for finding time to join us. He is one of the leading Crimea history experts. That's why we are grateful to have him here. Alexander Halenko, Kyiv School Economics lecturer, Turkish study scholar, historian, and expert in Ukrainian East, and Metropolitan Clement of Simferopol and Crimea. He represents Orthodox Church of Ukraine. Thank you for joining us. Martin Alexander Kisley, historian, Kyiv Mohyla Academy lecturer, person who studies Crimean Tatar history, one of the leading Ukrainian historians specializing in Crimean history. And we have Mavile Khalil, journalist and psychologist. It would be strange to to debate Crimea's history without a female representative, indigenous people representative. That's why we are glad to have her here. And now, to make sure we don't waste our time, I would like to give the floor to Rory Finn, who will be speaking in Ukrainian. And Rory, I would like to I would like to ask you to respond to this point. Do you feel that Crimea, in the world's perception, academic perception, is in the shadow of the Russian Empire? If it's true, why? And how do we address this problem? Do you feel that this shapes the policy? First of all, I would like to thank Maria for the invitation. I am really happy to be here, especially with the colleagues whom I respect very much. And I would like to thank the Crimean Platform team for your work, for your cooperation. You are great. And I also would like to thank the armed forces of Ukraine, the soldiers who are protecting us all, especially in the Great Britain. Your question is really important, and it's true. This misconception of Crimea, around Crimea in the West, if we take a step back, we will see that this problem has two abstract reasons. First reason is that we poorly study Russia and Russian history. I understand that it's a general remark. There are exceptions, of course. There are a number of great studies about Russia, Russian history. But when it comes to schools and universities in the Great Britain, in the US, and other countries, this education is still shaped by Churchill's quote. You may remember it. Russia is a mystery surrounded by misty fog inside of another mystery. And this is the problem. If Russia is a mystery, then it means that we don't need to try to understand it correctly. And we go by the stereotypes about Russia, about the Kremlin. There are other groups, teachers, scholars who want to fight and debunk these stereotypes. And they reach out to the cultural canon, Russian cultural canon. They idealize it, and they even see themselves in this space. And this focus on the tools of the Russian soft power, this is a big issue. This is the biggest country in the world, and it's easier to study it if you study only Moscow or St. Petersburg. If you study Pasternak or Mandelstam, it's more pleasant as compared to studying imperialistic verses of Tyutchev or chauvinistic novels of Igor Savitsky and others who dehumanize Ukrainians and ridicule Ukrainian national project. So, I mean, these intellectuals, this intellectual effort, Russian expansion, unfortunately, such ideas as the Slavic Brotherhood and allegedly reunification. Quite often these ideas are not challenged by the Western community. And another abstract reason, it is our poor understanding of the empire's phenomenon. Quite often, for a long time, it was believe that the empire is something that has salt water in between the center of the metropolis and its periphery. The West got used to the conventional sea empires. They were center of our studies, and such historians as Lord Said, Angewal Kikhanov, and others. As a result, we poorly explored the land empires as Russia is. And there are other historical factors, of course, and it is really important in the Great Britain, where we have a strong memory about the Crimean War in the middle of the 19th century. As we all remember, in the mid-19th century, there was an imperial battle between titans, Osmanic, European allies, fought with Russia for the control of the Black Sea region. It is important to remember that because the Crimean War was the first war in the world in chairs. What I mean by that is that it was a drama that engaged viewers across the globe. It was almost like in real time, thanks to the technology called telegraph. As a result, what happened was that the cognitive map of Europe, on the cognitive maps in Europe, there were strengthened the ties between Crimea and Russia, even between the names. And that's what happened on the Western mental maps. This is a lasting effect, and it's still there. Thank you for this overview and this phrase, the space of the lakes, Swan Lakes. And Rory was talking about the poor studies, poor understanding of the land empires. And we also have a problem of poor understanding of the South in the history of Ukraine, overall history of Ukraine. And maybe Alexander Halenko can talk about that. Alexander, we discussed about this issue with you. I was surprised by the quote from Omelian Prisak, this legendary historian, Ukrainian historian, your teacher, that Crimean Tatars, along with the Cossacks, are the ancestors of Ukrainians. I think it can be surprising to many people, can raise some eyebrows, but it seems to be so. Can you break it down for us why the South history is still outside of our picture of history about Ukraine?
Thank you. And thank you for posing the question about Omelian Pritsak. Just to remind you, he is a founder of Harvard Scientific Institute, and in this sense, he's the person thanks to which Ukraine was part of the academic community, internationally wise. He was one of the creators of Ukrainian independence. Without the place, without its place in the academic international community, it would be hard to do so. So Rory Finnan represents here a different leading worldwide university, renowned in the whole world university. And so regarding the Professor Pritsak's words, why he said so. He said that in 1990, in the first Congress of Ukrainians, and what was the sense behind the words? He was calling upon us to change our perspective on the history of Ukraine from the standpoint of the origins of Ukrainian people to the history of Ukrainian state. And Omelyan Pritsak, he just jumped ahead of time before we gained independence, our vision of history, because the history of Ukrainian people is drastically different from the history of Ukraine, because the history of Ukrainian people dates back to the foundation of Kievan Rus, but before that, we had the history originating before that, the history of the South, and non-ethnic Ukrainians, non-ethnic lands also existed back then, and Omelyan said that all the non-ethnic processes need to be explored, and the theory of least evil, the projecting the necessity of Ukrainian colonization, Ukrainization of ethnic non-Ukrainian populations the historian of the Cossack time, so to say, should be objective, documenting everything, the history of the Cossack state, and as well as the history of the Khan state. Ukrainian Zaporizhia Cossacks are our predecessors, and I have the original words written here. This document from 1990. Why is this the south of ours absent? Because till the end of the 18th century, while the Ottoman Empire and the Crimean Khanate was ruling that territory, you know, it influenced my decision to take up this period of history. I sensed that I'm not a local Kievite. I'm not a resident. I was not born in Lviv, but me taking up the history of Ukrainian South is just exploring the history of Ukraine that Omelyan Pritsak was talking about. So I'd like to share with you maybe several mottos why Crimea is Ukraine and why is it important that it is Ukrainian, what we need to know, what we need to accept. And this is also a road to mutual understanding with Crimean Tatars, and why Professor Pritsak dedicated half of his speech to the history of Crimea, why the history of Crimea must enter the history of Ukraine, because the history of Crimea is a key to the history of Ukraine, because half of the history of Ukraine covers the South. How did the South end up as part of Ukraine? The South, as the Crimean Peninsula, is part of Ukrainian ethnic territory. When it entered the makeup of Ukraine, so it was following the Mongolian period. the Mongolians, they ruined the Rus, but then they opened the floor to expanding the Ukrainian ethnic territory to south, which Ukrainians managed to handle without any Moscow support. So the Moscow didn't have any active policy covering the south. In the first place, regarding Crimea, before before the annexation, before Ukraine joined the Moscow state. But why Ukrainians expanded to the south, and what was the role of the Tatars? Just be ready, my dear compatriots, to accept a basic, an essential thing. So the territory of Ukraine was, and its borders was claimed by Tatars. They outlined the borders from the Danube to the Don. Those borders that divides the Dnieper into two, and we're the only country in Ukraine where there is the left and the right part, and also this is the traditional organization of all the steppe empires, and we have inherited that. Ukrainians moved towards south within these borders. I don't want to turn my presentation into a lecture. Why? Thanks to Europe, because Ukrainians proved able to adapt to various conditions, and Prussian Empire, the border was about 30 kilometers away from the place where we're now talking. And Cheherin, as a Cossack capital, was 300 kilometers away. So, including Crimea into the ethnic makeup or the territory of Ukraine is key. But to be able to assess and embrace this result, so the progress that surpassed the Aborigines people of Australia and Mexico. So Ukrainians, who did they have preceding them? The Osmanian Empire, the Huns, and Ukrainians could learn from Tatars, from Turks, and that's what they could pick up, a lot of things, like, for example, wearing pants as a attribute of a certain gender, so these are the things that really distinguished Ukrainians, and they picked up certain things, and Ukrainians improved them, and they adapted them. That's why for Ukrainians, the Crimean Tatars and the relationships with the South are important. But with this knowledge, we're able to understand why Crimea is so important for Russia. Because in the first place, the Crimea is the place where Duke Volodymyr I was baptized, and so Moscow positions itself as the third Rome. But mythology is important, related to the Kulikovsky battle also matters. But Kulikovsky battle took place in the territory of Crimean Tunnel, and Duke of Don acquired this name not because he beat the golden ore, but because of the area where the fight took place, because it involved the territory between him and the Don River. And the last thing is what Ukraine managed to, and Ukrainian nation managed to embrace. The understanding what Crimea matters to Ukraine as a quintessence of its successes. Ukraine has acquired the fame of the breadbasket of Europe, and Donbass is also the center of the international importance. So it's not what Professor Alexander Hrytsak was recommended for us to overcome in his history, but Russia, tends to overlook its role, but it needs to start seeing its place in the world. So Crimean Tatars, with Mongolian conquests, brought in a serious conflict that we have lived through. But dear Ukrainians, half jokingly, we are thanking God that we're not, Russians, but we need to remember to be thankful to Tatars because it was them who separated the Rus into Ukraine and Moscovia. And that was what Ukrainians inherited, that school of the steppe empires. So thank you. You are a very interesting speaker, and I suggest that the colleagues should invite Alexander to some, live lectures. And in fact, there were lots of references in your speech to the history that Metropolitan Clement of Simferopol and Crimea will tell us, because his family in many generations has been living in Crimea. It's a big family, and quite often in international discussions, when we hear that allegedly Crimea has always been Russian, even from the geographical standpoint, it gives way to malign conception but in fact Crimea is connected with continental Ukraine. And this also ensured the cultural ties, civilization ties. And when we talk of Orthodox Church of Ukraine, this is a different story, a story of being expelled from the occupied Crimean Peninsula, and there is no Orthodox Church in the occupied Crimea.
Thank you for this invitation. And first of all, I would like to pay tribute to the heroic soldiers who are defending our country with their life. Many Crimeans are defending our country from the enemy, bringing closer the time when we all will return and enter our home, Crimea. 10 years ago, the war started, and it started from Crimea. For me, the war started when I was standing under the guns of Russian soldiers in the village of Perevalne, when I was defending Ukrainian soldiers with I was shouting, "Defend us!" I asked the world, "Do you want to have a second Hitler in Europe?" Unfortunately, nobody was willing to pay attention to me. And today, we have war in our home, in the homes of all Ukrainians. And I want to remind you about the 17th article of the Constitution of Ukraine. Protection of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine is one of the most important functions of the Ukrainian state and the entire Ukrainian people. How many more people, Ukrainian soldiers, have to die? How many Ukrainian land we have to give up to the occupiers to make people understand, people who are resisting the mobilization, that it will be them who will be the next victim of the occupier, their family, their children. Didn't Crimea 2014 learn you anything? We have 10 years of fight for preserving the cathedral monastery in the city of Simferopol. The Orthodox Church of Ukraine made all the possible, made their best to preserve the religious people in Crimea. We are the only organization that has not registered in accordance with the Russian law. One thing is to tell that we don't recognize the occupiers' laws in Crimea, and the other thing is to don't recognize and act. Crimeans and Ukrainians did not become collaborators. The resolution of the government to preserve the monastery in Simferopol was adopted on the 24th of February 2022. Amid the large-scale war, we had support from the Vice Minister Irina Vereshchuk, and there was a resolution taken to transfer the monastery to the parishioners in Crimea. This resolution is aimed at protecting the monastery from destruction, and it would allow for future courts and for future criminal prosecutions. But as a result of the resolution not being applied, on the 11th, the cathedral was officially disbanded by the Russian authorities. The Orthodox Church of Ukraine stopped functioning in Crimea. There were many meetings in the government, in the Ministry of Culture. There were instructions that have not been fulfilled. And for 10 years of war, the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine has not done anything to preserve the national cultural legacy. The 10 years after the occupation, we have not liberated the institutions that are in Crimea, in the Ukrainian-controlled territory. We have not restored the operation of Crimean drum theater, whereas this theater, it moved in 1955 from Kyiv to Crimea. In 2014, this theater was disbanded. The cultural and national assets have not been audited. The assets that were left in Crimea, because the ministry and its officials were not ready to address this problem before the start of the war, or were reluctant. When it comes to the information policy, the policy is based only on the media that were relocated from Crimea. What is the current status of the only Ukrainian language newspaper in Crimea, Ukrainska Svetlitsa? After the editor staff relocated to Kyiv, there has been no support from the Ukrainian government. The editorial staff was in the Dovzhenko Center premises. After there was a conflict around this center, after the other institutions fought for the premises in the center, the archive of the Crimean archive was destroyed. The archive that was safely relocated from Crimea to Kyiv. And it's terrible. We are talking about resistance, but it's about systemic effort to liberate Crimea. When we are talking about liberation, and when we are talking about decommunization, the place we have to start with is with reorganizing the Soviet atavism, dated 1953, the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine. The Great War again forced us to think about preserving the national and cultural legacy. That's why we need to set up a new relevant ministry with absolutely new people and specialists. The Ministry of Defense and Preservation of the National Legacy of Ukraine. If we are a state, if we are Ukrainians, we have to do that. Education. Before 2014, there have been 7 schools in Crimea with the Ukrainian language, 600 schools with Russian language. After the Crimea liberation, after the Crimean occupation, there has been no schools with Ukrainian language. The International Court recognized that it's racial discrimination against Ukrainians in Crimea. And I would like everyone to understand that the war started with the humanitarian sector, with destroying the national identity. And the reintegration of Crimea should start with forming national identity, with religious, information, education, and cultural policy. These are the key areas of the humanitarian sector where we lost before 2014 and where we are losing now. We have to finally understand and support the Ukrainian community in Crimea who didn't betray, who fought hard to liberate Crimea. As a Crimean myself, my family has lost everything many times. Members of my family were many times deported from Crimea in 1932, in 1944, in 2022. They were killed in Arkhangelsk. They were shot down by both Soviet special forces and by Germans. The occupiers arrested they arrested me on the 3rd of March, but I survived, and I'm sure that I believe that we will get back to Crimea. And when we are talking about Crimea's future, we have to learn lessons from the future mistakes. Without these lessons, it will be impossible to return. There will be no future. I wish health and many years to our armed forces and soldiers, and memory and to all who died. The God is with us, Ukraine is with us, victory will be ours. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you. Thank you, most blessed, for sharing your family story. And what I would like to say here is I would like to turn to Movile, because it's also about personal stories on the one hand. On the other hand, going back to the problem of shaping the international narratives, it's always unpleasant to read in the international news when they describe Crimea as a place where the Russian Tsars or emperors liked to have their vacations. And the deportation of Crimean Tatars, this central event of the 20th century for Crimea, is somewhere in the background. Do you feel the problem of this perception? Or we can say that it will be leveled up, or it is leveling up? Or let me put it this way, how do we speed up the formation of a common historical narrative around Crimea, about Black Sea region for Crimean Tatars, as a cultural scientist?
Hello, Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for having me here. It's an honor for me to be part of this panel. I'll start from afar a bit. So today, on my way here, there was a news spot, and I heard just Ukrainian local radio station, and they didn't say a word of the events of the Crimea of 10 years ago. Is Crimea on the radars in Ukraine? Is there a consensus in Ukraine that we can offer to the West? Is there inside Ukraine an agreement on how we present Crimea to the world as part of the state of Ukraine and as part of indigenous people? So, regarding the deportation, so the number of victims of the 20th century, when compared, deportation would be just a regular tragedy of the 20th century, because we know how many people died during the Ukraine's famine, how many Jews were tortured in World War II. But the attempt to eliminate the whole nation, to leave no trace of the nation, what they did, they were eliminating not only the people, but also the culture. And we can now see that these processes are still underway, or they are being picked up and continued. As to the tragedy of 1944, and if we try to add it to the integration processes that took place in Crimea the recent years, so out of context, this tragedy will not be understood. It was just a quintessence of the colonization policy. That's why another important thing for me as a psychologist is that the tragedy of 1944 turns the Crimean Tatars into victims rather than the owners of their land. So in this sense, apart from deportation that needs to be exposed, I need to talk that Crimean Tatars, their identity were shaped in Crimea. We have no other motherland, we have no other place to go. And it seems to me that until Ukrainians and Crimean Tatars as part of Ukrainian political nation finally realize that we have common roots, common history. So you said, that for Russians it was the place of villas and summer resort. and until we embrace that it's not only a resort place, it's a homeland, including the homeland of Ukrainians, and until we change this perception, and until we have arrived at a joint idea and perception, we will not be able to foster the unified narratives. And I think that we need to do our homework, and we need to reassess what was going on in Crimea in 2014 and what was going on during at the time when Crimean Tatars were returning to Crimea, and how the relationships were built between the Ukrainians and Crimean Tatars, where the myths are and where is the reality. So when we reassess that, when we achieve the consensus, we'll be able to offer our objective regarding Crimea, because it hasn't been shaped yet, apart from an abstract, reintegration and the occupation. We need to come up and we need to shape our narratives. But first, we need to discuss it in the Ukrainian society. Only then we'll be able to move forward. Yeah. Thank you, Mabele. Yes, we're now switching to more hyper-local Ukrainian context. I need to say that both Mabele and Martin, who I'll now give the floor, have been participant to certain tools that we've been trying to shape to use to shape the adequate perception of Crimea and its reintegration, so that this reintegration takes a healthy path, and so that Crimea is not perceived through only the elements of national cuisine. This is quite shallow. Of course, we like the traditional Crimean cuisine, and we've had this discussion, but I'll now give the floor to Martin Alexander Kisley, who is integrated into the English-speaking academic context, but could also pick up on what Mabele has been talking about, how this problem of distorted exposure or distorted with imperialism, chauvinism, propaganda, how it shows now. And I've mentioned that Martin is now part of development of reintegration policies process. And how do you think this can be a problem to the future integration?
Thank you for this invitation, for this panel, this broadcasting. And when I received this registration card, they asked me, do you want me to have it with this bird or another bird, and with the seagull, or with... And the Crimea, this bird is actually a symbol of Crimea. What is Crimea associated with? Is the nest of this bird, or maybe the sea, and actually the trees that are often associated with Crimea actually were brought there by Potemkin. And we don't know that we are in the mindset of that we were passed on to, mindset of knowledge that are shaping our behavior, our attitude, our patterns of our actions. It's good that it is unintentional. It is bad when people do it intentionally, and we need to take preventive measures. First of all, I think as an academic community representative, a teacher at the university, it should be done through the education in schools, in higher education facilities, informal, formal education. We know very little about Crimea. It's true. Unfortunately, we rediscovered it in 2014. It was a discovery for many Ukrainians that far Crimea, somewhere in the south, that it is not only a place for holidays, and that Crimean Tatars who live there are not Mongol Tatars. This stage was important. In 2014, chebroks, these pancakes, were no longer beach food. They turned into a symbol. We ordered chebroks not because we were hungry. It's been 10 years, and it means a lot. A lot. And it's really sad, and we have to move on from this chebroks discourse and sit together around the table without food and start talking about the serious things raised by Navile. What is the foundation for our future vision of Crimea? Ukrainian history, and these are very complicated things that cannot be broken down simplistically. It's not a timeline that you can describe in a textbook and that you can grasp while preparing for the exams. All these multi-layered aspects and polyphony, it is beautiful. Of course, there are certain basic beliefs that we have to have when we sit around the table. And if you talked about 1944, it's about restoration of justice. That's what we have to do first and foremost. This should be our key priority while designing Crimea's future. And we are doing that step by step. Not so fast as we would like to. It's slow. The indigenous people law was adopted a couple of years ago, but these steps are really important. Can we speed them up? Yes. Because it depends upon us. We can complain about the West, about the deep-rooted imperial discourse about Crimea. We heard that in the opening remarks, in the other panels, empire, decolonization, all these words were used continuously. And we have to recognize that and admit that we are part of this discourse. There is no way out. That's why we have to rethink it, rethink our past, get ready for difficult answers to our questions, but we also have to be honest and frank. Thank you, Martin. In order to make it possible for our great speakers to have a say at the end of our discussion, I would like to ask a short question, and I will ask everyone to stay within 2 minutes. Except for Rory, he came from far, and probably we will give him more time to speak. And this question, it is a simple question, sorry for that, but the full-scale invasion of Russia into Ukraine triggered growing interest in Ukraine. Inside Ukraine, we hear many talks about colonial past, about addressing colonial past, imperial structures. people started to use these words, but also at the international level, people are rethinking Ukraine. But does it mean that Crimea is rethought? Can or did the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia that, positively influence the understanding of Crimea, its true face? Rory. At the international level, I don't see significant changes. I think it's a matter of time. And it's a question about the domestic policy in Ukraine, because there is this powerful Russian narrative about Crimea that has been around for decades, and it has been affecting the historical and cultural conscience of Ukrainians, and they have been affecting the British American conscience. And when there are changes here in Ukraine, I think there will be changes in England, in the US. And I remember my discussion in 2008 here in Kyiv. It was a discussion between Serhiy Zhadan and Igor Sid. He is a Russian political, cultural figure. He led an initiative, and he asked Zhadan to name Ukrainian writers who wrote about Crimea, who focused the reader's attention on Crimea. And Zhadan was unable to give a quick answer, and he explained that in his opinion, there was some silence around Crimea in the Ukrainian literature. And what Sid replied was that the modern Ukrainian writers, they need to write more about Crimea, and in that way, we in Ukraine, we will own Crimea. It's a very interesting idea, but we need to understand that our task today is cultural deoccupation, and if it's happening here in Ukraine, I think it can happen in Europe, and the cultural or cognitive deoccupation or any other titles that we can use. But this is our task today, because we know how the military liberation is happening, how it is done by the armed forces, and we don't need to wait for the end of this liberation. We can do it here and now. We can study Crimean Tatar language. We can study history of Crimea. We can do that now. And I think the state of affairs is changing at the international level. Thank you, Lori. 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you for this these additional 2 minutes. In fact, the West needs, and I agree with Alina Frolova, who mentioned that the West needs more. We need to do quality research with pertinent references to sources. Otherwise, our academic community will not perceive it. But that's the way it should be done. Here in Ukraine, we need to first discuss it amongst ourselves, telling each other the truth. How Oscar Wilde once said, the truth is quite rarely pure and quite rarely simple. But I'd like to conclude my mission on an optimistic tone. What I have spoken about the ties between Ukraine and Crimea, in fact, it leads us to an interesting conclusion that I didn't have time to voice. Like Norman David said, Moscovia plus Ukraine means the Russian Empire, but there will be no Russian Empire without Ukraine. Ukraine is the key to the Russian Empire's gate. And Crimea is the key to Ukraine's gate. A Crimean Khanate is the longest in existence state by the conquerors that were the founders of the worldwide empire. The world ruling the world is something, and this imperialistic conditions is something that Putin strives for. In fact, turning to the international community, this is, like a perverted, ambitions of the Russian Empire that holds them afloat. In 2014, there was this policy of putting to peace, putting up with Putin, or maybe trying to reconcile with what he has been doing. But unfortunately, this didn't work. The history repeated itself. What was happening in 1930s when they gave the Czech Republic to Hitler, and that was the end of the start of the World War. They allowed Putin to seize Crimea, and that was the start of the war. And this war now can seize the whole Europe. Unfortunately, history repeats itself. Thank you. So I agree in terms of perceiving the Crimea and the Crimean issue. The perception of this changed since 2014 has changed quite crucially. Maybe for some people just said goodbye to their holidays at the resort, but for those who have been living on the territories that were occupied in 2014, they could better relate to Crimean experience. I agree with the colleagues that history is about documenting it, and the more documents we have, the better. There are no simple recipes to handle it. It's important to explore Crimea, to do research, also in the sense of individual decolonization, in internal. One of my friends who is from Poltava said, why do I need to explore Crimea? Why do I have to relate to the situation of Crimean Tatars? I have other priorities and I have other problems to handle. But to be able to be together with Crimea, the state that has its identity is. We need to answer the question about our identity. Who am I? What am I about? And then at some point, we will reach the point when we'll have to ask ourselves, who are Crimean Tatars? What is Crimea and about, and why does it need to be deoccupied? When we find the answers, which we need to start doing already now, a lot of elements of the puzzles will come in place, and a lot of messages will start being exposed like this in the West and internationally. The right messages will be disseminated after each of us have answered the question about our identity. Thank you, dear guests. Thank you, dear speakers. It was a very insightful discussion. About renaming or changing titles in the Crimea. So we have had with us lots of military who are part of the armed forces of Ukraine who are of Crimean origin. And of course, it's important to stop the perverted practices of Russia. And see you in Bakhchisarai.
Дякуємо дуже. Ну що, шановні пані та панове, як ви вже сказали, пані Марія, будемо завершувати цю панель.
As Maria has said, we'll be concluding this panel. We're thankful to the guests, to those who are with us, to our online audience. This is as important as this forum, and all those panels were broadcast online in the representative office of the Republic of Crimea in Ukraine, their official Facebook page. So, and we are very thankful for support in organizing this forum. The representative office of Ukraine in the Autonomous Republic of Ukraine, the multimedia platform Inamoblina in Ukraine, Krim Realia, Chornomorka, Krim Media, Radio, Kuresh, 8-year Crimea Tatar channel, Crimea Daily, Suspilna Krim, Holos Krimu, Semat, Crimean public media. And also thanks to support from the Partnership Fund for Resilient Ukraine, funded by the UK, US, Canada, Finland, Sweden, Switzerland, and Canada. Krimbu Ukraina. Did I say it right? So that's what it used to be, and that's what it is now, and that's what it will be like. Thank you for everything.